Good morning. Okay. Good morning and welcome to the December 19th, 2023 Board of Supervisors for the County of Lake. We'll call this meeting to order and begin with a moment of silence. And I think at the last meeting of the year, it's appropriate to think about the loved ones that we've lost this year and those that are not going to be with families, and remember them. It's been a big year of changes, and hold them in our hearts. Wendy, would you like to lead us in pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have any extra items
We do
to
not.
consider?
We do not.
We do not. Okay, then we'll move on to consent. Do we have any items that need to be pulled?
Yeah, 5.9, please.
5.9? Okay, Supervisor Sabatier.
Madam Chair, I'd like to pull 5.1, 5.5, and 5.10.
Okay, 5.1, 5.5,
5.10.
and 5.10, and I'm going to pull 5.4.
5.8, please.
5.8. Okay. Any other items the public wishes to pull? Not seeing any in Zoom, so I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I'll try to do this correctly. I move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of 5.1, 5.4, 5.5, 5.8, 5.9, and 5.10.
Good.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Got a few minutes. Which of these do you think will be really short? 5.8 will be. 5.8? Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
I'll just read it.
Sure.
5.8, approve addendum to agreement between the County of Lake and Tyler Technologies to add additional services for an amount of $15,000 and authorize the chair to sign.
Since I uploaded the addendum to the contract, I also provided the board with the original contract and the contract that was signed in March of 2023. So I just want everybody to be aware that all those are at your disposal for review.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Any questions from the board? Any public comment? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the addendum to agreement between the County of Lake and Tyler Technologies to add additional services for an amount of $15,000 and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. And do we have another short one?
5.1 should be short.
5.1? Approve the letter of support for the Konocti Fire Safe Council's wildfire prevention, education, and safety in the Soda Bay corridor communities and authorize the chair to sign, and pulled by Supervisor Sabatier.
Thank you. So in reading this, I felt like it started with I and then eventually ended up with we. And since this is not a personal letter, this is from the board, I don't mind it saying I am writing since it is signed by our chair, but I'm writing to express the Board of Supervisors' support for the grant application or something along those lines, just to show from the very beginning that it's support from the entire board rather than having to get to what I believe is somewhat to the last, second to last paragraph where we see that.
Terry? This letter was submitted.
Right, it was submitted from the Canocti Fire Safe Council, but we can make those changes. I'm sure they'll be fine with it.
Okay. Any other comments? Great.
I disagree with the change because it is coming from us, so yeah, I think that first sentence can be changed today.
Doesn't change the substance.
Any public comment? Seeing none, okay, I'll bring it back to the board.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the letter of support for the Canocti Fire Safe Council's wildfire prevention, education, and safety in the Soda Bay corridor communities and authorize the chair to sign as amended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes, and it is 9:06 a.m. Public input. We have anyone in the chambers who'd like to give public comment or public input? Can come up to the podium and have 3 minutes, and please state your name.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. I'm Stacy Mattina, Mayor of the City of Lakeport. I'm thrilled to be here today to express our sincere thanks to the County Board of Supervisors, especially Supervisor Green, for making our holiday dreams come true in Lakeport. Not too long ago, we had this wild idea of bringing more cheer to downtown. Well, thanks to your generosity and support, it's now a reality. We've got an amazing 16-foot giant Everest fir from the Wintergreen Corporation, all lit up and ready to spread joy in the Cobbiton Community Park. This isn't just any tree, it's a symbol of unity and community spirit. In the future, we hope to add ornaments created by local kids. This tree is not a one-hit wonder, it's reusable, and we can even make it bigger over time. In fact, next year it'll be 10 feet taller. So big shout out to Supervisor Green for not only considering our idea, but jumping on board with it. Your commitment to Lakeport's well-being is truly appreciated. We look forward to seeing the positive vibes this tree will bring to our community. So let's celebrate, come down to Cobbiton Community Park, bask in the glow of our awesome holiday tree, and feel the warmth of the community spirit. Here's to a joyful holiday season. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Stacy.
That's on her. She's the bright one. She's the elf.
All right, come on up.
Hello, my name is Justin Coyle. I come before you, my king and queens, and the reason I come before you is because rules are being broken. Laws that you guys state and make, you can break, and you get don't no penalty to the biggest corporation in this county. But then you come after little people that are trying to open up a business, and you attack us by saying that you've been recording us without our permission or other people in the public for a year. Yes, she filed a complaint, or this person filed a complaint a year ago, but not against me personally or my business, but then violated my rights, what's also a state law, and you guys say it's okay. But we looked at every rule book, every law book, everything, and you still allowed it to happen. I would like to file a police report, please. I'm begging you to uphold why we say President allegiance. Why? My last name is Quayle, Q-U-A-Y-L-E. My heritage, yes, was disabled. If you look into any presidents or vice presidents, people with disabilities have an act of protection. And it feels like this county is kind of taking advantage of people. And it needs to be brought forth, and we need a baby. I know I've been arrested for cannabis many, many times. I've been to prison for violating those rules and regulations. But now that it's legal, we should also have the right to uphold our county to the same rules and regulations. If these people are violating those rules, they need to go to jail. They need to be prosecuted. There needs to be an investigation Let's get the crime and where it starts from. Why is there a true consent law if you guys are allowed to break it when you feel like it? Why? Why is there no protection for people that have no money? Because we pay taxes on stuff that got raided and taken because the county lost a project. We paid the early activation fee. We have a receipt, but Maria or whatever the new person is, oh, I wasn't there. I don't know anything about that. We bring people in that call us and say to the county and step down, Scott, but he doesn't remember. I don't recall. But I remember you speaking up, but I don't recall. But we have email threads of that conversation.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Okay. Well, if somebody can't remember, they should probably step down from their position when they have phone calls with people. Thank you. Filing complaints with you guys doesn't help. We need to take it to the state. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Skyla Lewa, and I'm with Pillsbury Family Farms, a cannabis farm out in Lake Pillsbury. And I have to agree with what Mr. Quayle has said. According to the rules and the regulations, we applied with our state license the year prior. And we have been in it for a long time, and we were at a state delay, but our crop ended up get taken. But there is a rule within your cannabis ordinance that allows for the county to say, hey, we're not going to take your crop. We are going to work with you, and we're not going to penalize you guys for that. But we were penalized for it. We had to pay for that. And unfortunately, the code enforcement who took it to the dump was smiling. And that was really sad to see the hard labor that we had to put in and the money that had to come out of our pockets to put that forth. And then to apply for a county grant of 50 grand that was accepted in September of last year that we weren't notified, but yet we are still paying all of these fees, our annual compliance fees, our pesticide fees, out of our own pocket, and Patrick still will not talk to us. So what can we do about this tax collector who refuses to address the elephant in the room, which is cannabis, which everybody, including Bruno, has said when he was chairman that cannabis growers have millions and millions of dollars, but where is this millions and millions of dollars that we have? Because I'm a poor native from the res. I don't have millions and millions of dollars. Cannabis is my way of life to support my child and my family because I don't want to be another Native American who has to go back to the reservation and live off of government funds. That is not what my ancestors wanted for me, and that is not what I want for the future of my bloodline. So I really urge you guys to look at Patrick Sullivan and why he is refusing to hold meetings with the cannabis grant applicants. Thank you.
Okay, do we have anyone else?
Good morning. I'm Ana Santana. I'm Program Director with Lake County Office of Education. And today I just want to give thanks to a couple of supervisors for supporting some really passionate work of mine. Supervisor Green, your attendance at our Children's Council, it was really wonderful to have you there and to speak up in favor of our activities that we are wanting to bring to our county to start reducing some of the child abuse in our county. And then also Supervisor Sabatier for your commitment to our continuum of care and helping our homeless neighbors. So thank you very much, and I hope everybody has a wonderful Christmas. And thank you to Supervisor Simon Moak for attending the Posada in Middletown with the MAC Center, and EJ for always stepping up for our kids all around the Nice and Lucerne area, and Jessica Paiska for being you and for always supporting our families and our youth in our Kelseyville district and more. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Okay, do we have any other public comment or anyone in the Zoom room? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So we will move on to our next item. Our 6.2, 9:07 a.m. Pet of the Week.
Hi, I'm Officer Copus with Lake County Animal Care Control. Today I have brought Holly. She's about a year old. We think she might be an Aussie mix. She came to us with a broken leg. We were able to get her into the vet, and they were able to put pins and a plate in her leg to keep her moving. And she acts like nothing's happened to her, and she's been super sweet this whole time that we've had her. She's also, I believe, available for adoption, along with a bunch of our other animals that would love to have homes for Christmas. If you'd like to see her and all of our other animals, please come over to 4949 Hellbrush Drive or give us a call at 707-263-0278.
Thanks for coming, Holly.
She's really sweet. She wants everybody's attention, too.
Thank you. Okay, 6.3, 9:10 a.m., consideration of report to the Board of Supervisors explaining the emergency conditions that necessitated the summary abatement of the property located at 3025 Spring Valley Road, APN number 062-33104. And we have Director Turner.
Thank you. Instead of getting comfy over there, this is just a quick update. When code enforcement notices violations that are immediate threats to public health and safety, we do have the option for what's called a summary abatement, which means we're reaching out to that property owner, we're posting that property, so long as the action has the approval of the district supervisor and the department head, which is me, then we are reaching out to that property owner in order to get self-abatement within 48 hours instead of our normal time length. So that I do have our code enforcement manager, Marcus Beltramo, to give you the details specific to this situation. But part of the process of a summary abatement is if we do need to do the abatement, we do so in 48 hours, and then we deliver a report to the board. This one is a little different in that by the time we went there to do the abatement, it had already been self-abated. But out of abundance of caution, we still wanted to give an update to the board today. And I will turn it over to Marcus. Thank you.
Good morning, Marcus Beltramo, Code Enforcement Manager, County of Lake. The property 3025 Spring Valley Road, we conducted a site visit. While we were at the property, we saw that people had moved on to the property. It is a vacant lot. It is zoned for residential purposes, so it needs to have a home, but there is no home there. They moved on the property into recreational vehicles and trailers. What we observed when we conducted our initial site visit is we saw solar panels laying on the ground, wiring laying on the ground, connected to batteries, surge protectors, wires dangling outside of the recreational vehicle. The wiring that was on the ground was not fully covered or in a conduit, so the actual wire where the current travels through was actually exposed and on the ground in direct contact, creating a potential fire risk. The request for the summary abatement was to remove all wiring, any electrical directly touching the ground. Also, there were jumper cables laying on the ground connected to car batteries that were sitting on the recreational vehicle there. As we all know, car batteries, when they touch, they create a spark. So an animal, wind, people in the dark moving around can easily kick those things, have them touch, create a spark, which then possibly has the potential to create a fire risk. So that was the purpose, and the request for the summary abatement was to take all electrical directly touching the ground and connect it to disconnect that. All of it is unpermitted. So that was the request for the summary abatement. When we issued the 48 hours, they had 48 hours to correct it. By the time we came back out to the property, we were assisted by the sheriff's office. They were out there with us as well. We had our plans examiner, Jack Smalley, out there as well. We wanted someone from the building department so they could give their professional expert opinion. And in his opinion, the immediate issues had been abated and there was no immediate risk to create a fire or potential harm to the public. And that concludes my report. Well, actually, one other thing. We did post a 30-day notice, so the other violations will be handled in due course in 30 days.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Spatier?
Just a quick question. the individuals in the RV, from what I understand, are the owners of the property?
That's correct. They purchased the property, I believe, in July of this year. Their statements to us was that they felt that Lake County was a place where you could just move on to a property as soon as you purchased it and just live on it however you please. We explained to them and educated them to that there is land use regulations in this county and how you can use certain properties. So we educated them to that issue.
And just want to kind of correct in the sense that you gave us the presentation by saying persons moved into, your memo said persons. I think it's good to identify that you're speaking with the property owners, just because I think it's good to know that you spoke with the property owners. Did you make a request to remove and abate the issues, and did they say no, or did you just automatically do the summary abatement and then they did it on their own? I'm just curious what the conversation was.
So initially we went out, the property owners were not at the property initially. We did have a conversation with them, but due to the immediacy of the issue, we went and made the request for the 48 hours. During that span, we also went out to the property to make contact with them. So when we went back to post the 48-hour notice, that's when we had a direct conversation with them. That's when our officer informed them of what they needed to do to bring the situation or to abate the immediate issues. And that's what I believe the property owner at that time, he had that information. Knowing that information, he took care and removed the electrical and made sure that it was all not directly touching the ground. So we made every effort to contact them. We did contact them and let them know before we actually came out and did any abatements what they needed to do. They had the weekend to do that. I believe it was on a Friday we posted the notice. We came back that Monday and they had abated the issue. So we did have those conversations. We did post all the appropriate notices, and we did make all the parties aware.
Okay. I will just state that overall appreciate the work that you do in cleaning up communities. That goes without saying. But it is one of the cleanest issues I've ever seen that you brought to us. Granted, there is a potential risk hazard to it. But I fear that I'm uneasy as to our definition of emergency situation. There's others that I've seen you bring to us that have not been summary abatements that I'm wondering why did that not meet it, and I'd love to have a further conversation to better understand what the county council's suggestion of those definitions and requirements are for that.
And I just want to add one other thing. We did work in consultation with our building official. So our building official did review it. He gave his opinion that it was an immediate issue. We reached out to the board supervisor for that area. He concurred. We reached out to county council. They concurred. But as I've spoken before, you have a maturing and evolving code enforcement issue. And as we start to understand these issues, and again, we have to use the reasonable person theory. The immediate issues in one county may not be an immediate issue in this county, but due to the fire, the issues that are created, the sensitivity to those fire risks, direct wire being exposed on the ground, jumper cables having a current go through them, we felt this was immediate enough that we needed to act. If we overstepped our bounds or we need to look at our processes a little better, we can review that. But I believe in this case we were justified, and I believe the issues were self-abated, so we didn't actually have to do any work or be involved. They took care of it voluntarily. But I would say as we evolve, we start to understand these issues greater and the potential harm that can be created through the issues that we face on a daily basis. Summary abatements the request for those might be coming forward more frequently.
And again, not saying that any fault was made on your end or code enforcement. I just don't know what the definition specifically, and I need to better understand to look at these things and be able to say 100% this is within the realm or borderline or overreach, and I'm not sure where it goes.
We will be happy to have that conversation with you at your convenience. Typically, summary abatement gets vetted through first code enforcement staff. We also bring in our chief building official who applies the building codes to the situation to see if we have immediate dangers. We then reach out to that district supervisor, and so it's important that each supervisor knows in the future when we come to you with a summary abatement request for your approval, it has been vetted through staff. And it is deemed an emergency. This is similar to the summary abatement that we did a few months ago in that it was unpermitted electrical, which in our county is pretty darn dangerous. And so we made that summary abatement request in the effort to sort of help the property owner understand the gravity of the situation and not go through the normal, more prolonged abatement process. But come by any time. We're happy to talk to you about what does constitute or what does come to that level that we are reaching out to that supervisor directly for that request.
I would like to address the standard for a summary abatement. It's left to be general and broad, so it can be applied to pretty much any immediate situation. So it's imminent risk of life, effect to the general welfare of the public, health and safety, anything that's an imminent, immediate risk. In this case, we deem that that's what occurred here.
Supervisor Green.
Yeah. Thank you for bringing this item. Certainly supportive of the actions taken. And I may take a side conversation too, or maybe we would come to the board. To me, it was like when there's imminent danger, right? And then we put a 48-hour notice on that. That seems like the kinder, gentler summary abatement to me. And I think we probably need that level of nuance in addressing these various situations. If flames aren't, coming off the property, then some balance of due process and property rights versus the actual imminent danger. But a summary abatement is distinguishable from your garden variety abatement. So, yeah, I'll take that side discussion later, and we'll talk about the nuance of a 48-hour notice. Because to me, if it's imminent enough to do the summary abatement, in this particular instance, I don't know that I would have necessarily given the 48 hours. Like if they're getting ready to fry themselves with bad electronics, I would have at least suggested more immediate action, but I'm not going to do a deep dive into our code, and I'm not hoping to handcuff anybody, because you do need that nuance. You do need that flexibility to balance the public safety and the property rights of the people affected. So.
Supervisor Crandall.
Yeah, no, thank you for reaching out to me about it. I had people in the community reach out to me about the same situation, and I know that Lloyd, you signed off on it as well. So, I mean, if I sign off and Lloyd signs off on it, I don't think there's really an issue. It's in my district, so thank you.
It was fortunate that this was self-abated, which is what we always strive for.
Are they still living on the property?
Yes, they are.
And we're working on that.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have any public comment? No one in the Zoom room? All right, so this is a presentation?
No action is required by the board.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I do have another question.
One more question.
For County Council, if it's self-abated in compliance within the 48 hours, is there a requirement for these items to be brought to us?
Yeah, Lake County Code, Section 5-42, outlines it in general terms where the Director of Community Development provides a report to the Board of Supervisors at the next scheduled meeting explaining the emergency conditions that led up to the summary abatement. In this particular instance, somewhat of a unique circumstance, there was a summary abatement notice, that 48-hour notice that was posted, which was subsequently self-abated by the owner. So that can be construed as part of the abatement process by which the reporting would apply then under that code section.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, 9:20 a.m., 6.4, consideration of presentation on the multi-county agency full functional evacuation shelter crisis. And this is by Health Services. Come on up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have Dean Eichelman, who is our Emergency Preparedness Program Coordinator, and Christine Hannigan, the Staff Services Analyst. And we also have Judy Garcia, the Health Program Manager, in the audience.
All right. Good morning. Thank you for the introduction. So yes, Dean Eichelman with the Health Services Department. I'm the Emergency Preparedness Coordinator and joined here with Christine.
Good morning, I'm Christine Hannigan. I am a staff services analyst with the Emergency Preparedness Program.
Want to put the microphone in between you guys?
Good morning, Christine Hannigan, a staff services analyst with the Emergency Preparedness Program, and I've also recently taken over coordination of Lake County Medical Reserve Corps.
All right, good morning. So thank you for giving us the opportunity to present on this exercise that we did on December 6th at Twin Pine Event Center. So we oversee a variety of different emergency preparedness grants within our department, and one of our grant deliverables for this year was to coordinate a full functional exercise with our Lake County Medical Reserve Corps. So I'll go to the next slide here, and we'll give you an overview on the MRC.
So the Medical Reserve Corps is a national network of healthcare volunteer units, with each unit being coordinated locally. The Lake County Medical Reserve Corps was accredited in 2007 and is coordinated through Public Health's Emergency Preparedness Program. Members are registered by our program through the state's Disaster Healthcare Volunteer website and are also signed up through the Lake County Volunteer process through Human Resources. The main purpose of the Medical Reserve Corps is to provide healthcare services in times of emergency. Other activations support community needs such as vaccination. Among other deployments, Lake County MRC volunteers have been used to staff first aid nursing positions at evacuation shelters, vaccinator and vaccine coordination programs at influenza and COVID-19 mass vaccination clinics, and COVID-19 testing and contact tracing positions. This exercise was originally intended to be a training for the Lake County MRC on medical roles in evacuation shelters, but became an opportunity for collaboration with other agencies for expanded training.
Thank you, Christine. And so, yeah, with that, with our MRC in mind and planning out a full functional exercise with them, we decided a evacuation shelter scenario would be a great opportunity for them to practice their response to our community when they're presenting as an evacuee at a shelter, potentially with medical needs. So we decided to expand it and start working with the other organizations within the county that would set up an evacuation shelter. So the Department of Social Services, American Red Cross, Lake County Animal Control, Lake County OES, Lake County Behavioral Health, and of course our department with Public Health. We did this on a fairly compressed time frame, so we began our first planning meeting on October 16th with these agencies. Set up our goals and objectives for the exercise. One of the big things is we wanted to find a venue that had previously been used as an evacuation shelter within the county. And so that's why we decided on Twin Pine. It's historically been an evacuation site in the county. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Supervisor Simon for helping us secure the location. And the staff there was great to work with. We organized some actors to present to the shelter as evacuees through the participating agencies. So all the actors were either County of Lake employees or with the American Red Cross. So the exercise played out as a wildland fire evacuation scenario with the support of Lake County OES that was there at the exercise. They initiated the activation phase for the exercise. They contacted the Department of Social Services and let them know that a shelter site was needed for setup, and then Social Services went ahead and played through the simulation of that setup. So the American Cross, Animal Control, and Social Services all started setting up everything as if it was the real thing, including cots and all that. And then the actors that we had come in, like I said, staff from the different departments, we assigned different scripts to. So some of them came in with pets from Animal Control. And when they went through the registration process, they were directed to go ahead and check in with Animal Control to register their pet. In a lot of sheltering scenarios in Lake County, you're not able to cohabitate with your pet, so that was where Animal Control came in this case, gave them a good opportunity to practice. Some of the actors came in with behavioral health needs, so behavioral health staff were able to practice through conducting their assessments. And then, of course, staff from our department were acting out as an evacuee that needed medical support at the shelter, presenting without their prescription oxygen or maybe coming to the shelter with injuries. That gave our Lake County Medical Reserve Corps the opportunity to practice their response to those folks. So overall, we felt the exercise was very successful. Definitely allowed us the opportunity to understand our expectations with all these agencies going into the next type of scenario where an evacuation shelter would be needed in the county. Opportunity to practice together in a controlled environment. That's really big. A lot of these things just start and you have to go, set everything up. So this gave us that opportunity to connect with each other, build those relationships ahead of time. I want to say every department that we worked with to set this up was very supportive, had full buy-in. Most of these types of things can take over a year to plan. Because of that dedication and commitment, we were able to do this that quick. So, we came away with it with confidence to support our county, which is our #1 goal in the event of a disaster. See on the slide here, the different participating agencies. We had 54 attendees, so really good turnout.
Was Catholic Charities, did they participate?
They did not, no. Only other thing here, we will be doing a after-action report on this, just to capture the things that we did well and our opportunities for improvement for future responses. And so that concludes our presentation. I've got our contact information up on the screen here. Feel free to reach out to us with any questions, comments. Again, thank you for the opportunity to present today, and we're available for any other questions now if you like.
Wonderful. Thank you for the presentation. Do we have questions? Supervisor Sabatier?
Thank you so much for doing this. It's always a hectic situation when it's live, so it's a whole lot easier to go through it without the actual fire and the actual situation occurring. Appreciate the fact that we're doing those exercises. Best day ever for those dogs coming from animal control. That was a field trip for them, so that must have been fun. Just curious, I get it that it could be maybe an outside source where you could just kind of make up the story and see how staff in the exercise would react. But as soon as I saw that this was a shelter and that medical reserves were involved, were the hospitals invited or involved, or in the future, is that a possibility? Or is that more of a scenario that you just write out and then you figure out how the staff that were there for this exercise kind of delegate and deal with issues of bringing people from the shelter to the hospital or taking folks from the hospital if there's beds that are needed to be cleared at the hospital or whatever the case might be?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So, we did not work with the hospitals during this because we did want to focus on that element of the shelter piece. Yes, that could definitely be a potential for us to expand in the future. The main thing, and this is a big part of the Lake County Medical Reserve Corps, is to care for people in the shelter if at all possible, because that's our goal. We're trying to reduce that burden on the hospital and hopefully not send them there. So that was the focus for this one.
Thank you very much.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for doing this on basically a very short timeline on the animal response. And this may not have been part of the scenario, but obviously people with pets in shelter, that would be one situation. But for mass evacuations, large animals sometimes come into play. So did this scenario dive into any large animal sheltering?
No, it did not. Yeah, it was just focused on, what we would do with pets in that. Yeah, lots of different pieces, of course, to consider during this type of thing. Thank you.
Sure. I think that's been a challenge, obviously, over the years. So thank you.
Vice Chair Simon?
Yeah, obviously great doing the training when there's not something going on. So I'm glad to see the proactive work on that. Obviously we have the cot set up there with Red Cross and all the relationships we have at Twin Pines. So, and I know throughout the county, there are many other places. You have the Clear Lake Community Center, I know we have all the schools and everything. It'd be great to see it moving around the county on a yearly basis, so we're prepared everywhere. When we talk about risk, I know fire is what we're dealing with, but floods, earthquake, being prepared for that down the road, I think is really important. So, it was a good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I really appreciated the pet part. I've worked in shelters a lot, and that is the missing link. We have so many people that show up with their pets or their family, and they have to be separated, and we're not exactly sure what to do. And we've made some investments with animal control to help care for the animals during this time. So I'm really happy to see that piece worked on. Supervisor Crandall.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate the fact that there's training happening, regardless of anything. It's a proactive approach. We all know that any time an emergency happens, things can go a different way, but the fact that you're training and making those relationships gives you all the opportunity to kind of adjust as needed, whereas when we don't, you're just like kind of learning again like we have in the past, right? And so this is really helpful. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do we have any comments from the public? Anyone in the chambers or the Zoom room? Okay, we've got one hand. Betsy, okay, go ahead and unmute. State your name.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Betsy Kahn for the Essential Public Information Center and the Lake County COAD, the community organizations active in disasters. When you asked the question about whether Catholic Charities had been involved, that's a missing link. There are three things that I think would be helpful to address. First of all, how did you simulate the call to action? We have many instances where our telephone and internet services go down. In fact, this board postponed its December 5th meeting because of a blanket internet outage so that they could include the rest of the public. This is a constant problem. We try to make up for that with radio broadcasts from KPFZ, but of course we're not an official outlet for the Sheriff's Office or Emergency Services. So I'd like to see you include communication testing and then, the use of the COAD network, which includes the Red Cross. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comment? All right, then we'll bring it back for any final comments. Just appreciate as proactive as we can possibly be at all times. So thank you for this work. And thank you to all the partners that did participate.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so we've got a little time before our next item. And just start going through these pulled items so we can go to 5.4, approve letter regarding termination of Blue Shield contract with Adventist Health and authorize the chair to sign. And I pulled this, I think it warrants a discussion rather than being put on consent.
Okay. So, as you're aware, on December 1st, Blue Shield and Adventist Health terminated their contract, leaving some folks who are covered by Blue Shield to find health care in other facilities. And there has been no solution yet at this moment in time. Just talked to the CEO of Adventist Health on Sunday to let me know that nothing has been set. They're hoping that they can still find a solution, but nothing has been settled.
Okay. Any comments from the board?
I think the only comment, I'd like to make is, instead of demand, I don't know how we can demand Adventist Health and Blue Shield to talk together. So
we request?
Yeah, something, just a word change there of some kind, because it does affect our community members. There are a lot of folks with Blue Shield, you're always trying to get the best bang for your buck, and you're changing from Blue Cross to Blue Shield, or, we can't get Kaiser to come over the mountain anyway. But other complaints, I guess, along it. But, yeah, I think we have a good working relationship with Adventist Health through the continuum of care, all the work they're doing here in the county. And, for me, I would, yeah, we want a deal to get done also. I know we had a close call too with Blue Cross, I think a year and a half ago. It was able to finally get worked out. I know this is affecting individuals who have this, rescheduling surgeries, longer travel, so definitely would request instead of demand, that just, for me, that's.
I'm perfectly fine with
Can't demand
that.
that, just it's the, the Board of Supervisors request that Adventist Health and Blue, that would be my only change to the letter at this point.
I'm in support of that.
I have some concerns because while it does affect our residents, it is outside of our purview, and I wouldn't want to make anything worse between the two partners in negotiation. So I think demanding is a hard letter or a hard word. I have a hard time with this letter because it's not our staff, it's not our department. It's really outside of anything that we can, out of our responsibility. So I would like to support somehow the process, but I'm really concerned about stepping out of our lane and negatively impacting a situation.
And if I can respond to that, I would respond with, we talk about our health metrics continuously, probably more than just a decade, probably decades. And the impact, any impact pushes us backwards rather than continuing to move forward with the hard work that all agencies that are working on changing those metrics are doing. So I think it is within our purview to speak up for our community members. And I think that the letter is very neutral in not choosing any specific side other than saying this is not what's best for our community members. Let's figure out what the solution is so that we can take care of our community members.
Well, I think it can be more neutral. It's not how it's written. And so if we can look at that change for sure, I guess I'll be okay with it, but I do have concerns. So any other comments from the board?
I'm thinking of, I don't know if this is the same letter, but Lake County is 56 out of 58 counties when reviewing our health rankings in the state of California. The Lake County Board of Supervisors is committed to lessening that number or something like that. I don't know if that addition helps, but that way when we request that they find agreeable terms or whatever word we decide to use, they know that we're serious about it as well. I don't know if that helps, or if you think it's even, if it's asinine, then don't add it, but.
I think it's not a bad addition.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, support softening the first sentence. The word request would be adequate. Beyond that, I'm feeling at a loss just because I seem to be the last one to know this has actually happened. So one question, Blue Shield doesn't represent a large portion of the health coverage. So to the extent we do want to stick our nose into this issue, how big is this loss? How big is this loss? How many people are affected by this? It would be one question.
I do not have an exact number. But what I do know is it's not the majority, since we know 51% of our community has Medi-Cal. So hence the sentence that I used.
Does this affect county at all? We're not Blue Shield?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any members of the public who wish to comment on this item? I'm not seeing any. So we can bring it back to the board.
Wondering if you can repeat your statement that you made?
Yeah, sorry. Let me find it again. There we go. So where it says, so it's the second paragraph, second sentence, Lake County is 56th out of 58 counties when reviewing our health rankings in the state of California. And the Lake County Board of Supervisors is committed to climbing. I just can't find the last wording of it, but I just want to say that we're committed to basically becoming more healthier and climbing up on the list, I guess you could say.
It's committed to being healthier?
Yes, yeah, and being healthier or something along those lines.
I'm okay with that addition. I don't think it changes the meaning, and I think it definitely adds clarification. And I am going to, if there's a comment.
Just one final comment. This is going to go to Blue Shield and Adventist Health, right?
Yes.
Just want to make sure. Okay.
Yes.
That's it.
If there's nothing further, I move to approve the letter regarding the termination of Blue Shield contract with Adventist Health as amended by both the change from demand to request and the additional statement made by E.J. Crandall, Supervisor Crandall, and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
I did. We have a second?
Yeah, I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
You may wish to take up 5.5.
5.5A, approve budget transfer in Budget Unit 1781 for $10,432 from account 717.23-80 to capital assets account 717.62-74, and B, amend the list of capital assets of Budget Unit 1781 for the 2023-24 budget to include 2 washer-dryer combo units, and C, create a capital asset in Budget Unit 4014, Behavioral Health Account 74062-72 for a Wolf stove in the amount of $17,644.50 and authorize the Chair of the Board of Supervisors to sign. Supervisor Swatier.
Thank you very much. So I didn't pull this item to stop what we're doing. I think we need to move forward in order to pay and make these things happen. Number one, I want to thank Supervisor Green for his efforts. Him and I have been talking for quite a while, and he has been adamant to utilizing his discretionary funds to support the facility. But I also want to make sure that whatever the payments are, that we forward that to the COC so we can discuss as a COC what can we help to support, because I know the COC mixed with behavioral health, and it's a weird split, did go for HHAP or HHIP, that I'm going to mess up the acronyms at one point, where part of it was building and shelter maintenance. And I just want to make sure that we're having the overall conversation and not just putting it only on the backs of the county. This shelter would not be run as a shelter. It would be a juvenile hall that's basically vacant / the offices still working if it wasn't for the work that has been done between the county and the COC. And I just love to make sure we have that overall conversation to see what may be approved or not approved by the COC to say, yes, this is something that we should and can cover. So I just want to make sure that we move that forward after we move forward with this.
Okay, any other comments? Supervisor Green?
Just a question, since we have people here, and I appreciate it. To my understanding, this item is basically focused on creating the capital assets of things and not approving the dollars that are paying for it. So my only question was, because I know the Wolf stove wasn't going to be dipping into my discretionary funds, that we got that funded either through COC, whether through some other, balance of state funding or whatever it is.
That will come out of the HHIP administration cost for COC.
There you go. Got COC written all over it.
And it needs to be brought to the COC.
And it will be brought back to the COC on the 4th of January.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah.
And the reason why there's no actual BT on the side of Budget Unit 4014, they have unused appropriations already in that account. So we're just basically reallocating it into a capital asset since each specific one has to be approved by the board.
And then one more question. So a good chunk of this, again, I'm trying to imagine that line in the contract where RCS is operating it, but virtually all the maintenance does fall on the county still, whether.
Because it's our building, yeah.
Yeah, so whether, and I know Public Services has been shouldering some costs too, so I want to make sure.
Roughly $53,000, yeah.
Yeah.
25 of it will be covered by your discretionary funds, which is the washer and dryer, 2 sets of washer and dryers, and then about 11,000 of the invoices for changing out the door handles, and for 4,400 for Marvin's Gardens doing work around the property, and 17,000 will be paid by behavioral health / COC. And we're going to have a conversation with Lars with the remaining amount and moving forward on the split.
Excellent.
But I have talked to him that something will be coming back at mid-year with the determination of what we would like to present to your board for consideration.
We also have other grant funding coming down. We're waiting for the approval from the state to put into. We have, behavioral health has a grant that is also, that we've received, that we can put more money towards the infrastructure of the juvenile hall as well. We're just waiting for the approval from the state to allocate that funding towards that.
Nice.
The behavioral health bridge housing grant, yeah, thanks. I have too many grants. So yeah, that, we're waiting for the approval from the state to reallocate that funding towards the infrastructure of that building.
Excellent. Appreciate everyone's hard work on it.
So we're taking care of the emergency things now. That hopefully will take care of a lot more after.
A lot more, yeah.
Supervisor Spatier?
Just one quick final comment. Want to say big thanks to Public Services, Lars, and Bob Allen. I believe that's his last name. I know that I've been out there a couple times with them, and just they've been on top of it, getting those things resolved and fixed so that we can continue to provide the service that's out there. So just want to make sure and say thanks.
Absolutely. Public Services is doing a wonderful job out there. There still is at least about $10,000 left on their punch list, but I'm sure there will be more punch lists as we go.
Okay. Any public comment on this item? All right, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board.
Can this be done as a single motion?
Given that there are 3 distinct actions, it would probably have to be 3 separate motions for each item.
You want me to take those?
You pulled it.
Move to approve the budget transfer in Budget Unit 1781 for $10,432 from account 717.23-80 to capital asset account 717.62-74.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Next.
I move to amend the list of capital assets of Budget Unit 1781 for the 23-24 budget to include 2 washer-dryer combo units.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Whoops, aye. I was reading.
In favor, correct?
Yeah, in favor, aye.
Let me take the last one. Move to create a capital asset in Budget Unit 4014, Behavioral Health, account 740.62-72 for a Wolf stove in the amount of $17,644.50, and authorize the Chair of the Board of Supervisors to sign.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Seconds here to 10 o'clock.
Madam Chair, since we have probation here, you may wish to take up 5.9. I hope it's a quick one.
5.9, approve the letter of opposition to AB 702, which proposes changes to the Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act and local juvenile justice coordinating councils, and authorize the chair to sign. Probation.
5.9.
Good morning, Board. My name is Matthew Rothstein, Chief Deputy County Administrative Officer, and I am very grateful to Wendy Monfrans for bringing AB 702 to our collective attention. Wanted to just introduce this item really quickly, and then Chief Probation Officer Monfranz is here to respond to any questions you may have. As your board will be aware, AB 702, introduced by the Honorable Assembly Member Corey Jackson, proposes to enact 3 major changes to the funding and coordination of local juvenile justice system activities. It would redirect Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act funds, change the designated chair and overall composition of the local juvenile justice coordinating councils, and recast elements of required multi-agency juvenile justice plans. Previous legislative efforts have proposed similar changes, and each has faced strong, well-grounded opposition. Particularly in rural counties, chief probation officers and county probation departments play a crucial coordination role, ensuring that system-involved youth facing personal inflection points have the services and support they need to promote the best possible outcomes. If AB 702 were approved as written, maintaining well-coordinated services and continuity of care would become much more difficult. For the reasons described in the letter attached to your board's agenda, Chief Probation Officer Monfranz is requesting that your board oppose AB 702. And I likewise had the opportunity to review the legislation, and I support that recommendation that your board adopt this letter of opposition. We thank you for your board's consideration. Chief Probation Officer Monfranz, I don't know if you have anything you want to add to that up front, or otherwise would be available for questions.
Great, thank you for bringing this to us. This is really important. Do we have anyone with comment? Supervisor Green.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate staff. I did pull this. I do think it is worthy of discussion. I think position letters in general don't generally belong on the consent agenda, and that's number one. Number two, in this particular instance, such an important subject, and even in the letter itself, it suggests that opposing it unless it were amended to do something different. And I think what I'm looking for here is this bill is in here, 2 previous bills have been in there. There's clearly some legislative interest in changing how this happens for a couple reasons. One, to add more voices or put more voices at the table when funding decisions are talked about, and also to boost, justice-involved individuals, and we've seen that similar playbook in many other advisory commissions. So on the one hand, we embrace that model in a lot of other committees that our county works with. So I just don't want to be knee-jerk oppositional to the idea that we would ever want to modify how this particular law is applied. And I also think it's kind of a teachable moment. If we had a softer oppose unless amended stance, it would invite discussion locally, and maybe from whatever state group contributed to the thoughts in this letter. If we don't like what's coming down, what is working right in our county? How do we distinguish rural counties and what's happening here versus some of the very real problems that may be occurring in larger counties? So I get that it's not necessarily within our wheelhouse to become the go-to lobbyists on this subject, but I'm not really eager to just adopt a total opposition to the idea that there may be some worthy reforms that we should be talking about, whether at the local level or at the state level. So, and the letter as it's drafted actually opens up that possibility. Unless it were amended, we're going to oppose this bill. So I guess I'm looking for the other side of the coin. If we can support opposition, but want to signal to the bill's author, if only to prevent a repeat of, another nonstop cycle of bills getting introduced and then shot down. Where's that middle ground?
So if it pleases your board, a couple of points. One is that Ms. Monfranz is already engaged with her professional association and the association is putting forth some potential changes to the legislation. So that is the kind of the normative process. And as you had raised, our letter does say oppose as presently written, so unless amended. So there's a sense in which saying oppose unless amended in the subject line may frustrate the issue just because there's a point of consistency with other probation offices around the state that are presenting a letter of opposition right now. So we want to, stand in solidarity with those other departments, but also the letter does include language that says unless amended, and that engagement outside of just the letter form is still ongoing at this time.
Did you say there was a template that this letter, was this come in the form of a template from some state organization? And if so, what was it?
There was a template letter, and I worked with Ms. Monfrance to modify it for our case. And in part, the language oppose unless amended was added because that's normative for Lake County. We do expect to engage over the life of the legislation.
And what organization provided the template?
The Chief Probation Officers of California.
Supervisor Sabatier?
I just want to make a statement that both RCRC and CSAC also submitted their joint letter of opposition. And to me, this is not saying that there's a problem and we don't like that solution. We're saying we want to keep local control on local government, not allowing nonprofits to suddenly take those funds and possibly not meet the same criteria that we're expected to meet, or maybe not having the same level of access to the county the way we do, because not all nonprofits are based solely in Lake County that might have access to these funds. I just think it's a local control, in my opinion, versus handing it out to someone else to do the job that we're already doing. So I'm in full support of moving forward with this letter. And thank you for your time in talking to me about this.
Supervisor Green?
Just to the latter point, no, it's not a local control issue at all. COC, we fund nonprofits through COC. We fund nonprofits through other social services program and BH programs. We can't have it both ways. We can't fund very worthy, important social programs, and we can't build capacity with our non-governmental organizations if we don't put funds out there. So if we're going to have local control, let's have it across all our very important social programs, and let's not mix and match.
Chief Monfrance?
Yes. Just to be clear, the funding that we gain from this does fund some nonprofits or partnering agencies. Our Family Wrap program with the Lake County Office of Education is one that's used every day for kids and families. It is funded through this source. The plan that's under 510 describes fully all of the services we use, and we contract with several agencies. They're not all just in-house programs, but this bill would require probation to take their hands out of everything. And that's what concerns us, because our probation staff are just amazing at connecting with kids and families and building relationships and helping change their lives. And that would take that possibility out from our kids and our families in this community.
Supervisor Sabatier?
And that's the difference to me, is this would be state control, where they're holding accountable those nonprofits. Now we get to hold those nonprofits accountable for the contracts that we sign with them and set the expectations. And that's where I would like to keep it.
I think I did public comment, didn't I?
No.
No. Okay. Do we have public comment on this item? Oh.
Me again.
Hey.
So we've historically worked with probation on a lot of our programs. Our more recent program is our Family Wrap program. But a lot of the work that we do is preventing something worse, right? We're getting kids right now when they're doing something, yes, it's against the law, but it's something minor that we could help the families get the resources they need and get these kids back on the right track so it doesn't lead to something worse, right? And this is where we're trying to break that cycle of the school to prison pipeline. We need to stop it now. These children are our future, and work that we do with probation is really important, not only to the families, but to the children themselves. And it would, I think, reduce a lot of cost across other systems, right, if we keep working the way we do now. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Any other public comment? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'll bring it back to the board for action.
I just want to make one last comment. You made a proclamation about a month or two ago, and it was probably one of the heaviest, most striking proclamations where you had individuals from our community that stepped up and spoke about the relationships and how certain officers really kind of poked and prodded them to move in the right direction. That's what I don't want to take away. Yes, you don't do all of the services, but it takes away that possibility at that point from your staff from making that connection and changing people's lives. And I think that eliminating any of those relationships, I think, is a cost to us rather than a benefit to us. So with that, I move to approve a letter of opposition to AB 702, which proposes changes to the Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act and local juvenile justice coordinating councils, and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. So
Thank you.
do we want to
Thank you,
do
ma'am.
then? Do you want to do the other probation item, or do you want to go to?
Quick.
Yeah, okay, 510? All right. 510, approve the 2023-2024 Juvenile Justice Realignment Block Grant.
Thank you for your board for reviewing our Juvenile Justice Realignment Block Grant Plan. It is one that a team of all of the community members we work with have come together to describe for you the programs we do and the successes we have. They've a different law passed, and it changed the timing. We've had to submit this one twice this year, so that's why it's before your board now. There is a clerical error on at the beginning of Part 2 where it says Lake County Probation. It should say the Lake County Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council. Besides that, the plan is correct, and we request that you approve it.
Great, thank you. Any comments? Any public comments? Okay, bring it back to the board.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the 23-24 Juvenile Justice Realignment Block Grant Plan
Second.
as amended.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick break.
Now, our 10 o'clock item, anyone need a break? Yeah, okay. We'll take a short break and come back at 10:20.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. I could Our 6.510 a.m. item, consideration of presentation for overview of grant award from the Governor's Office of Planning and Research under the Adaptation Planning Grant Program. And this is from admin, and we have our climate officer, Terry Logsdon.
Thank you, Board. As you are aware, we were awarded this adaptation planning grant, and I wrote it with and the assistance of community development and major assistance from the Resource Conservation District. We co-wrote the grant together, and it was supported by Supervisors Pyska and Simon from their discretionary funds. And let me see if I can change the slide. And so the name of the grant is Climate Safe Lake, Planning for an Equitable Climate Safe Lake. The grant details in the project, which actually officially began in October. Let's see, it actually started on October 9th, and it'll run through January 31st of 2026, and we were awarded $649,000 and $350,000. $649,350,000. And again, the co-applicants were the Risk Reduction Authority, the Resource Conservation District, and the Lake County Fire Safe Council. And the purpose of the grant, the Planning for an Equitable Climate Safe Lake project will assess and address climate change vulnerability, impacts, and develop adaptation solutions to build community resilience. The Lake County Community Risk Reduction Authority will create and leverage an inclusive collaboration and existing risk planning documents to create a strategic climate adaptation plan, implement several actions from the 2018 Natural Hazards Mitigation Plan, of which some of them were moved forward to the newly adopted 2023 plan, and empower Lake County residents to survive and thrive in a changing environment. So objective 1, to embed diversity, equity, and inclusion values and actions into the RRA membership. So not just the directors, but everyone who participates will be able to go through this. To ensure that all communities have equitable access and resources to manage and prepare for household-level climate-driven hazards. And so this objective 1, the portion was $89,500. Objective, so again, the RRA JPA Collaborative will receive DEI and inclusion, diversity, equity, and inclusion training to ensure collaborative is all-inclusive and sensitive to parties previously underrepresented. Build and maintain the capacity of the RRA as an all-inclusive, cross-sector collaborative for addressing all climate change-related impacts by convening monthly meetings, widely distributing agendas, maintaining the RRA website and web pages for public transparency, consistent outreach to all partners, and supporting a program coordinator. Support the development of work plans for vulnerable communities, ensure alignment of community needs and priorities and equitable project outcomes, including co-benefits such as economic resilience, and collect and assess quantitative data to better understand social and physical climate risk, and that the RRA's projects and planning processes align with DEI inclusion goals. It's not just a task, DEI, but it should be embedded into everything that we do. So objective 2 is assess vulnerabilities and create a Lake County climate adaptation plan, which is where community development comes in. We're really excited when we were working with them and looking at this particular pot of money, the adaptation planning grant was one, you could use it for your climate adaptation or action plan, as they're called. CDD needed to complete this plan, as well as completing a climate vulnerability assessment as the first step that will inform that, but can also inform all other projects that the county undergoes. And so the intent is to partner with subject matter experts to study and coalesce. Let me switch slides there. subject matter experts to study and coalesce the numerous existing and recently updated community-based studies to begin the CAP, or the Climate Adaptation Plan framework, leverage latest information from recent risk analysis and input from the RRA's new DEI-informed outreach and planning activities, develop framework and outline of CAP, and distribute for public comment, including hosting community workshops, write a complete draft. This funding doesn't require that the CAP be adopted by your board or finished, but to get to a final draft form, and advertisement of complete draft for public comment. And so for that objective, it was $250,000. And objective 3 was $196,900,000, implementation of HMP, or hazard mitigation plan actions. So again, number 2 is a comprehensive multi-hazard outreach program that will ascertain both broad and targeted educational needs throughout the community. The county will work with other agencies as appropriate to develop timely and consistent annual outreach messages in order to communicate the risk and vulnerability of natural hazards of concern to the community. Work on this task includes myself, RRA Program Coordinator, which this grant will fund, and the Lake County Fire Safe Council. And as you also know, today before your board was an application from OES with all the fire districts to also work on educated. So there's a concerted effort amongst all county departments and agencies and most of the nonprofits to really push to get the word out and to have a coordinated education around response, preparedness, and any climate-related disasters. So HMP number 13, the Countywide Evacuation Plan, CDD, which we're really excited about. The Community Development Department will incorporate a countywide evacuation plan into the general plan update and have each community address evacuation routes with collaboration from Lake County OEFs and the fire chiefs, municipal advisory counties and, councils and town halls if applicable. We've also recently submitted a grant with North Coast Opportunities, and we hope to be awarded that, where we will do 11 Neighbor Fest events, which are hyper-local events that are geared towards the family. So we hope that we also receive that Regional Climate Collaboratives grant, which will help us get the word out and do in an event and a family-friendly format. Number 2, HMP activity was utilizing information from the CAP, the Climate Adaptation Plan, develop specific actions to begin addressing highest priorities. It's not necessary to wait until the plan is all the way complete to begin addressing high priority items, supported in multiple other risk documentation. I'll begin work on this, which I already do, as well as the Resource Conservation District, subcontractors and consultants. And then number 40, mitigation action number 40 in the HMP is utilizing the latest information from wildfire risk assessments, current and proposed hazardous fuel reduction projects, and underrepresented and vulnerable communities, plan and implement wildfire risk mitigation evacuation route clearing, and work on this will be completed by the RCD, the Lake County Fire Safe Council, and subcontractors. Objective 4, which is $124,700,000, support partners, track progress, and evaluate grant outcomes. One of the comments we've gotten over the years from partner agencies that can't be a member of the Risk Reduction Authority is they may not necessarily have the money to send staff to the meetings or cover mileage. And so we wrote that into this grant so that our partners who we need to hear from and we want to keep in touch with, that they're covered to attend these very important meetings. So representatives from nonprofit and CBOs, or community-based organizations, are compensated for services rendered in support of project planning and implementation. RRA meetings and workshop. Some funds are set aside to support new partners that may join the collaboration on the RRA during the grant term. and this portion will be administered by the RRA. Develop project management tracking system using such as smart sheets to capture progress, deliverables, and participant activities. This will be completed by the RRA program coordinator and the Resource Conservation District. And then data collection, tracking, and reporting associated with grant evaluation. RRA program coordinator and the RCD will complete those tasks. And then just as a reminder, a quick outline, the grant guidelines were released in January of last year. Your board and the RRA approved the grant submission in March of last year. It was awarded in June, and the final contracts and the launch began just recently in October. We had our first quarterly meeting, so I'm really excited to be before the board today to talk about this great work because it helps our county and community development be able to do those items that were unfunded, and so we were able to find the funding for them. And so I think that's all of the slides I have.
14.
Oh, yes, I also wanted to mention, I don't know because I can't see who's online, but the grant manager, Abby Edwards from the Governor's Office of Planning and Research, had intended to be here, but there was a conflict today. You know, we got pushed back, and she wanted to say that there were 141 initial applications submitted for this grant program. Only 14 were selected and awarded. What's even more impressive is that Lake County scored in the top half of the selected projects. Suffice it to say, we did a great job pulling the proposal together, and they're excited about the project and working with us. So, any questions?
Thank you, Terry, and thank you for all the work that all the partners have pulled together to get us going in this direction of being very proactive with what we know is only going to intensify our climate events, and also looking at the social aspects of how do we keep our communities healthy and safe when we go through these transitions. Supervisor Sabatier.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm certain that other than the grant writing itself, that having as many declared disasters here might have helped to get us in the top of that list. I wanted to ask a couple of questions. The cap, that's really good. It's something that has to be done by law, so we're updating the general plan, so it's good to have that. I know that the RRA is a county-wide effort, not an unincorporated effort. I'm just wondering if any of this can be shared with our cities to be able to update their general plans with the climate action plan as well, since it's kind of hard to stop at a very imaginary line when it comes to climate change planning. Just kind of curious if that's going to be able to work that way and being able to share this resource.
Good news.
Am I live? Yes. Thank you for your question. We are planning to do a regional cap. So we have already, there's a meeting set, I believe at the end of this week, with both cities to start the discussions about how to make that planning document regional.
Awesome.
If I could just add to that as well, the climate vulnerability analysis will be regional, as will the countywide evacuation plan. Our goal here is to result in a tool that is useful regionally, since you're right, it's not like climate stops when you cross into Lakeport or Clear Lake, and have our cities be able to use that in the future for their own plans as well.
Just an additional question. I know that Chair Pieska and I had kind of started working on in 2020, 2021 with drought, looking at like a drought management plan. Will that be incorporated within the climate action plan, or is that a separate type of plan? Or right now I feel like we say extreme, we say severe, but it doesn't really help for businesses, schools, golf courses, whatever the sector is of the community, to understand what's their role in helping out with that. And I've seen plans that have that level of detail. Just wondering if that's a separate thing or if that's something that will be incorporated within the climate, I know it's not action plan, but adaptation plan.
The climate adaptation plan will include a number of the whiplash weather things we're experiencing. Drought is included in that. And I do anticipate that also the effect of climate change on our communities will also resonate through our local area plans. There is another plan called a resiliency plan that may be specific to drought, but I'm not entirely sure. I can tell you all day about general plan and local area plans, but when we start adding these other plans, when Terry's like, hey, you got to do a climate adaptation plan, I'm like, oh, man. So, but it's a really good time because it's all working together now. And so I'm not sure, I'm still not clear on the details of a resiliency plan, but I'm pretty sure whatever's going to be in that is already going to be in our climate adaptation plan. So drought will be included.
Certainly informative. And as my understanding, I can't speak for water resources, but I believe that Marina has been, the Deputy Director for Water Resources, Marina Delajanis, has been working on getting funding for a drought management plan. And so my assumption and hope, of course, is that the climate vulnerability analysis will inform that, and that drought management plan will inform the CAP as well. So, yeah.
Thank you.
And we have Marina's hand up.
Yes, hi. Thank you, Board. Thank you, Maria, and thank you, Terry. I just wanted to confirm and reiterate Terry's statement. We are working on a drought resiliency plan. We're in the process of seeking funding and working directly with folks at the State Water Resource Control Board and DWR. There is available funding, so our department will be able to coordinate directly with Terry and Maria's department to ensure that both plans highlight and reiterate and confirm one another. So yes, lots of drought planning and discussions going on.
Okay, wonderful. Supervisor Green.
Yeah, thank you for this, and apologies in advance if I didn't pick up everything you were laying down, but in terms of staffing or support from third-party agencies and stuff like that. So this is a grant, there's some time-limited deliverables at the end of it. Can you just briefly describe what mix of staff and partner organizations are going to actually do the work that's described in this plan?
That's a great question. I don't have the exact breakdown memorized, but the majority of it, one is contractors through CDD. They're going to be doing a lot of the work. The RCD, as you may be aware, the RRA has a contract with the Risk Reduction Authority, has a contract with the Resource Conservation District to provide administrative services. This grant gives additional funding and time to make it more of a program coordinator support so they can do more work for the RRA and under this grant. It doesn't provide any additional staffing, of course, to me because my time is covered, but it will give me more, there'll be funding for the educational outreach that I'm supposed to be doing anyway. Same with the RRA, where there's finally some funding for it.
Additionally, I will submit a proposed amendment to the agreement with PlaceWorks, which is already doing our climate research right now for the general plan and local area plan, to add on the climate adaptation plan for that.
I think indirect staff support for RCD, it sounded like, too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
One last question.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, 2028 is our goal for finishing all of the updates to the area plan and general plan?
The general plan must be certified by the state by 2028, but we actually have a 3-year plan, so we're trying to finish everything in 2027.
Okay. Thank you. Just seeing where this fits into the grander scheme of all the colorful stuff you shared with us last time with your timeline.
Yeah.
Okay, I will open it up for public comment. There was a hand up and it's gone down. Betsy, did you want to speak on this item? Okay, and I'm not seeing any. We'll go ahead and close public comment, and I really appreciate this presentation, and I'm so excited to get out ahead as much as we possibly can. We have been, we're in a reactive cycle, and we've gotten a couple of small breaks over the last couple of years. We still have had our emergencies and our disasters, But this has been a time to really engage with in the Blue Skies planning, which is what we've been needing to do for a long, long time. And so now the wheels are turning and the funding is in place. And I just can't express how excited I am to be a part of working with all of you and our partners. This is just a very, very optimistic time for me. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm really excited about the countywide evacuation because of working on the Soda Bay corridor plan, which you had begun before I started, and to hear the feedback from the community and to hear, I mean, they're just so much more hopeful about the county and our ability to recover and be prepared because they're going to have an evacuation plan. And so to have that countywide, it's so much needed. Thank you.
Did you want to add something else?
Just thank you very much, all the hard work done by all the agencies. You know, one thing falling together after the other. Obviously, the big grant, we're getting the climate resiliency officer through Cal OES, just started everything falling down. I was going to do it in my calendars also, we are looking for an executive director. That position is being flown right now under RCD, but it will also be for the RRA. So that position, I think there's two positions.
Fire Safe Council too.
And the Fire Safe Council, but you know, we're getting there. We're taking those small steps. But we've talked about a lot of times at this board having a plan together. And as we put the plans, gives us opportunities to really enhance those opportunities to get the funding to come through. And we're slowly but surely addressing all needs, and it's great that the RRA has not only the county, but all the governments there, the tribes, the cities, everybody's sitting on board as we're moving forward with this. So thank you very much, Board of Supervisors, for that support there, and the admin office to keep it alive, because it got kind of tight there, but I think we're moving in the right direction, so thank you.
Right, and all of this, building capacity has been the words that we've been using in order to get to this place. And so each and every grant that we bring to your board, to this board, to review, has components of building capacity, increasing staff in the RCD, the Fire Safe Council, the RRA, and even with this position of our Chief Climate Officer. And so, you know, that's really where this has started, and now we're able to carry the work forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our 10:30 item, 6.6, consideration of LG Sonic proposal, and we have Supervisors Crandall and Sabatier.
So we're going to get a presentation up. So as it states on the memo, we've talked about this back in June. We were given some direction, I guess, from the board on how to move forward and come back. And so just wanted to come back and express kind of the importance of this project, its meaning to the county, and then talking about costs and funding. And I don't know that that's what my slideshow looks like. I hope I did better than that. That looks right. So I'm going to show you things and read you things that we may not like, but I just kind of want to frame it in a different perspective. So the picture on the left is Clear Lake Oaks. This is what it looked like in 2019. Not a pretty environment, not suitable for property values, not suitable for health, not suitable for any type of recreation at this point in time, and a deterrence for people from enjoying where they live and for people to come out and play and recreate. The middle picture is the Redbud Park with Thompson Harbor. And you can see the algae extending much further out and all around, mainly around the shore, which is typically where we'll see the big blooms. And the picture on the right is my predecessor, Jeff Smith. To be honest, I'm not quite sure what he's attempting to do, but obviously he's trying to see what the problem is, and he is trying to do something about it and learn. But the picture obviously exhibits and portrays the unfortunate scene that the algae blooms creates, and I believe that this picture is Manatee Beach, right near City Hall. As we know, the algae forms mostly, not forms, but is seen mostly in the Clear Lake Oaks Arm and the Clear Lake Arm because of the current with all the water from the lake eventually going through Cache Creek and out towards Yolo County. And with also the prevailing winds pushing the water east. And so if we can go to the next slide. So I decided to start pulling items of how are we seen from the outside. And so I have some quotes from, this is 2022, August 3rd, San Francisco Chronicle. The headline is, "Toxic algae in this Northern California lake is corrupting drinking water and causing horrendous smells." Here are some quotes. This is from one of our residents. "The stench alone from the blue-green algae blooms has been enough to discourage residents from using the lake recreationally or even getting close." The article continues to say, "These blooms can produce toxic chemicals that upon exposure can cause varying levels of sickness and severe health effects in people, livestock, and animals. Symptoms can include rashes, hives, diarrhea, vomiting, coughing, and wheezing, among other symptoms." This is another quote. This is actually a staff member in our county. "It's a horrible problem, and the smell is horrendous. Honestly, it's like a dying buffalo." Not sure what exactly that meant, but it was a bad quote that I just wanted to highlight, that this is what's being advertised outside of Lake County. This is the story not just that people are telling about us, this is the same story that we're telling about ourselves, because these are residents that are being quoted. And then the newspaper article continues to say in 2009, so it's not just 2022, a buildup of algae blooms canceled fishing tournaments, and I can't see what's behind there, but had negative impacts on nearby businesses, officials said. If we can go to the next one. 2022 on August 2nd from the Press Democrat. Title is, "Clear Lake residents near massive blue-green algae blooms offered access to treated drinking water." As you can remember, we had a state of emergency due to the drought, and those that have private water systems were not capable to treat the water enough to make it potable, so we had to set up drinking stations around two areas. I believe one was on Point Lakeview near the Lower Lake area, and one was towards Windflower Point. And here's a quote from that article. "Expansive blue-green algae blooms around the lower portions of the lake this year have raised toxin concentrations to some of the highest levels ever seen this early in the season." 2021, September 23rd, Press Democrat again. The title, "Visitors warned not to swim in Clear Lake, avoid boating in eastern arms due to blue-green algae. State water regulators have issued a new round of warnings about recreating in Clear Lake because of concerns and potentially dangerous blue-green algae blooms that could sicken people or pets, and they are advising boaters to steer clear of the eastern part of the lake." And again, we are talking about the Clear Lake Oaks Arm and the Clear Lake Arm. Next. 2019, July 30th, Press Democrat. "Swimmers, boaters urged to stay out of certain Clear Lake areas because of blue-green algae." Quote from the article, "4 areas are of particular concern, including the water around Austin Park Beach and Redbud Park, both in Clear Lake. Both locations also had high microcystin levels last August, according to state records." Going back to 2009, August 9th, Press Democrat. "Stinky mess along Clear Lake South Shore." And I'll stop reading. These are not our local newspapers. This is how our lake is being advertised outside of this area. To speak about the impact directly to Clear Lake Oaks and Clear Lake, I think is obvious through the pictures and through the living experiences of those that reside there. But to speak of the economic impact, not just to Clear Lake Oaks and not just to Clear Lake, but to the entire county as a whole, when the lake is one of our biggest draw of tourism, and tourism provides one of the greatest revenue streams for our economy. This is the story that is being told by both outside of the area and by our constituents to these media outlets. We need to change that. And so let's go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So here are some of the benefits from having the MPC buoys. We want to reduce the algae. This will help with health, reduction in health hazards to humans and pets. The CDC states that irritations go from the blue-green algae goes from irritations all the way to neurologic symptoms, and liver damage can occur. We know, we just spoke about it earlier, our health metrics in the county are not good. We want to keep moving forward. This is not helping us whatsoever, especially when this is a lake that a lot of people would like to and do recreate in. We want to make sure that they recreate in there safely. I know that some, and my predecessor, have experienced symptoms after using airboats to try and break down. There are comments by the EPA that talks about air droplets coming from the blue-green algae that can produce these types of symptoms as well. So it's not just in the water, it's also in the air. So if you're smelling it, that means there's probably particulate that could potentially impact you. Let's take care of that. Ecological, cleaner environment for our wildlife to flourish. This is a quote from the EPA on the effects of dead zones and harmful algal blooms. The overgrowth of algae consumes oxygen and blocks sunlight from underwater plants. When the algae eventually dies, the oxygen in the water is consumed. The lack of oxygen makes it impossible for aquatic life to survive. We have seen a lot of fish kills in the past decades, and some of that is due to lack of oxygen, and typically we'll see carp and catfish amongst other fish that will be harmed by that. If we reduce the amount of algae, it would increase the amount of oxygen, which would help the fish life in our lake. And we also know from the studies done, I think it was USGS or Fish and Wildlife, that they are seeing a reduction in all fish in our lake at this moment. Fish and Wildlife, thank you. Economical. Obviously, these articles are not giving our lake and our county a good reputation. We can change that around. And with a better reputation and a better draw to our lake, increased in business and increase in tourism, and that impacts everybody around the lake, not just the area where we see the most amount of algae. I have a quote from one of the Sunset Resort owners. I think this was in the 2009 article. "I just lost a whole season. It might close me down." And in fact, they are now a full-time residence, not a resort at this point. And our water districts, increased cost in treatment due to the amount of algae. We have new state regulations specific to Clear Lake that now tests for, I might say it incorrect, so I'm not sure if it's cyanobacteria or microcystin, but they are testing for both. But they are doing special tests specific to the lake due to the fact that it has such a high level of cyanobacteria and microcystin. And so our water districts would benefit from this as well. If we can go to the next slide, please. So here is the MPC buoy. At the bottom, you can see that is where the sonar comes from. The top are the solar panels. They are chain linked to the bed of the lake. They're 441 pounds. I put it in inch and feet just to simplify everything, about 7 by 8 feet wide, 3 feet deep. They use ultrasonic algae control, where you can actually change the type of algae control it is based on the type of algae that you're experiencing. This is one of the unique features of the MPC buoy. While others are preset for attacking only certain types of algae, this you can actually change the regulation. It says minimal maintenance. What I read is it's once every 6 months. They do have different warranty, year warranty on different parts of the system. We'd have to find more information on the actual maintenance itself and the cost. I do not have that for you. It is remotely operated, so you do not have to approach the buoy in order to make any of the changes. And one of the great features that I know I've heard the sharing of excitement from Water Resources is the the water data that we would be receiving. It's every 5 minutes that you receive. Right now, I'm not going to say if we're lucky, we're thankful that we have Big Valley and others that are working, I believe it's Elam, that are working to get us some of that water data. But this would give us a whole lot more to better understand as weather comes in, as activities are happening, what is happening to our water data rather than once every 2 weeks or once every 3 weeks, and trying to better understand how it is that things were impacted by that. If we can move forward, please. Here are the two project areas, 14 buoys each. Typically, they do a certain amount of buoys depending on the acres. This is the largest lake that they would have that they will ever touch. They have never done a lake of this size before, and doing 1 or 2 and trying to make it so that the cost seems more palatable would only lead to potential failure, since the rest of the lake, even in the north part, it creates algae all around. It's just that the algae is being pushed towards this area for the most part. And so having the treatment here so that we can reduce the amount of algae that pops up to the top. Basically what the sonar does is it breaks down the algae as it floats to the top so that it can go back down to the bottom. And next page. So the cost, overall it's 1.5 million, a little bit more. They have approved for separating it into 3 separate years. You would get 28 MPC buoys. Year 1 would be $750,000, 14 in the Clear Lake arm, 14 in the Clear Lake Oaks arm. 8 out of those 28 would be buoy pros, where they are doing the data collection. The rest are just doing the water treatment. So funding sources. We do have local assistance and tribal consistency fund, which I think is appropriate for this. That funding is given to us for the amount of federal land that we have in Lake County. We know that a lot of our nutrient load comes through the Middle Creek area, which comes from the National Forest, hence federal land, and it has a great impact. Now, we have been doing a lot of work to reduce the amount of nutrients going into the lake and continuing to do that work. Obviously, we're doing work on Middle Creek. But I will suggest that 10 years from now, I hope that we can say it's done, but I would say it would be longer than 10 years before Middle Creek is ever done. What are we going to do to make sure that we can improve the economic drive and the reputation of our lake to draw in more visitors? There are $3.1 million available in that reserve. And it has not been allocated for anything. In the cannabis tax, we have a salary stabilization fund, which was set up in 2020, I believe, which was just in case with the salary increases that we needed to cover those things. We've been able to cover it. We can prove we can cover it. So the salary stabilization fund, I believe, will come back to us in mid-year potentially to see if we want to take it out of being stuck in salary stabilization, but it is not being used and is not planned on being used. We do have budget stabilization. We do have 15 million in reserves. We do have, what's the other one? That's 3.5 million just in case fund. I don't have the right term for it, but there's other reserves that are supposed to do what the salary stabilization fund was meant to do, especially now that we know that we are affording the salary changes that we have made in the past. My preference is for us to move forward and to be able to activate this and get it done next year. If the board is uncomfortable with spending the dollars, and again, I'll just be blunt and honest, just like I was in the memo, we're not 100% sure that the mitigation that we hope to see is the mitigation we're going to see. I still think it's a worthy cause and a worthy effort, because doing nothing is continuing what we've already experienced and have been experiencing for the last 20, 30 years. There is grant funding. For example, there's a 2018 CDBG Mitigation Resilient Infrastructure Program funding available. There's $2.3 million. Granted, this project is not going to be the only project that's requesting to be on the list of projects. However, I don't think that anyone can make a request that goes above 2.3. I think this fund needs to pay for the project entirely. I did have a conversation with Mr. Carter, who did say that it was a possibility. I'll put a little question mark next to that, of reimbursement through that fund if we do move forward and start this project and then get it reimbursed. Again, possibility, I think we need to get that approved rather than saying 100% now. I was provided through one of our state representatives that there is Clean Water State Revolving Fund. However, that seems more aimed towards sewer and water public utilities. So not sure that that could be useful, but still something to look into. And then the cleanup and abatement account, which does suggest that algae abatement is a part of what grant funding could pay for. And I think that's all. No, I have more. So this project was approved by the Blue Ribbon Committee, but with the state deficit and with LAO stating we're going to see a state budget deficit for the next 3 years, most likely not available to be funded. Again, I would rather move and solve the problem that we know continuously exists than kick the can down the road. Obviously, preferred option is just that. Alternative option, I'd love to at least walk away today to continue to direct staff to seek out grant funding rather than saying that we're not going to do this. I think I would like to believe that from this board, it's an issue of how we fund this project, not whether or not we want this project. Because again, it's already gone through the Blue Ribbon Committee. This is something that's been vetted. This is something that I happened to do my own research and ended up at the same place at the Blue Ribbon Committee. Obviously, I can't have a conversation with my colleague, Supervisor Crandall, about the Blue Ribbon Committee and the going-ons since Supervisor Green is on that same committee. But him supporting to move this forward tells me that the Blue Ribbon Committee is not prepared to move this forward on their own. And I will let Supervisor Crandall speak, and then we'll go ahead and share a video real quick.
You want to share the video?
I need to bring it up.
Okay. So while you're doing that, I'll just go ahead and add that I've been talking with the Clear Lake Oaks County Water District about being a partner, so they have this information before them as well, so we can bring more people to the table. Also reached out to Nice Water, Cal Water, but that's, of course, not when it comes to this area, but just so they can have the insight as well, considering that 60% of the the water is used by these companies or sold by these companies. One of the other things to consider is that we have many projects in the hopper. EPA Superfund site, Middle Creek Restoration. While these are working through, we need to do something in the meantime. It's kind of like the same conversation we're having with the whole Pillsbury situation. While all of this is taking place, what's going to happen in the meantime? And so using this attribute to potentially, control a problem while we go through the other project, enhancements. This could potentially be something that's cheaper than the oxygenation program that Blue Ribbon Committee passed, which, Lake County mostly opposed if you really look at it. And that's also the struggle we have in the Blue Ribbon Committee is you have 3 or 4 different competing interests looking for funding and projects in any aspect. And so it gets really difficult to push things through at some times. And so something like this can also give us favor in that committee as well. A lot of times those are the statements that are made to the county in those meetings is, well, Lake County can use their own funding and do something. Something like this moves forward, we have that and say we do. We take steps. Now we want to take more steps, and I keep reminding them of the bylaws and charter that were put in place for that bill that Cecilia Aguilar Curry put forward for us, and that's due to the not only the cultural resources for the tribes, but also the economic development strategy. This is one of the biggest drivers. When people go through all around the lake, regardless if they are coming to fish, if they're coming to just visit in general, they drive through especially the Highway 20. You see the lake, you smell the lake, and it's discouraging. So if this moves forward, we can control our own destiny at a cheaper, cost as opposed to some of the other projects. I did look into another oxygenation program They were called Ever Blue Lakes, which was way more expensive, and it wasn't even close to, it was more like the, oxygen type of deal, and it wasn't like the actually hypolimnetic oxygenation program or potential pilot program that is being done by UC Davis, which with that, it's 1 year, and maybe 2, and we're left with the spoils, or I don't even know if it's a benefit or not, so I'd like to see if we can move forward with this, and if we have to get funding from another source, I'm fine with that too, but I think this is a good attempt and a good direction to do something about this situation.
So I'm going to join as panelist here and then just share a 2-minute video, and then we'll go ahead and be done and pass it back to you, Chair. No. It's in the way. There you go. Oh, how about I put some sound? Is that not working?
Right there.
Yeah, but then that plays my...
Municipality in...
I need it to work on there. No, that'll just make some big echo. I'm going to pause. Apologize for not having that work out. This is basically the city of Ukiah granted. This is nothing close to the size of our lake. They are using an LG Sonic. They are using this for sewer treatment to decrease the water, to increase the water quality, and then passing that on to irrigation purposes for agriculture. They have both city officials as well as agriculturists that are saying how it's really helped to clean and get rid of the algae and the muck that they used to experience all the time. And that's a brief summary, and I would say please look at it. I apologize that I can't get it to work. And that's it.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Just some general questions in no particular order. The memo says no change in scope. I think I'm counting more buoys than what Blue Ribbon Committee signed off on. I may be mistaken on that. So I just want to make sure this proposed configuration is the one that was vetted by BRC. Of course, sustainability is always a question. We can fire this up, and we can probably find initial funding, but if we find some traction with it, how do we keep it going? And, what grants or match funds or assessments may be needed to get that doing. We are coming up on an inflection point with water resources, so staffing, who's there to accept the data, what type of data sharing will be done with partner agencies and tribes. Is there any state permitting, any CEQA NEPA stuff that needs to happen with that? What level of state involvement is in there? And as we kick the funding question around quite a bit, rather than adopt a whole Blue Ribbon project, maybe a offer of a share of cost or a match may induce some level of state action in the next funding round. Just like we saw the prior year's projects not get funded. They finally got some funding this year. So although we have a good chunk of projects that were approved this year, it sounds like there's going to be a pause in taking on new projects next year, and then we'll start addressing the backlog. So is a total self-help approach appropriate here, or is there some opportunity to do a share of cost and kind of at least move this to the front of the line of unfunded BRC projects from this year. So just bouncing that around, I'm generally supportive of this, but there were, of course, close to a dozen blue ribbon projects that also were approved that you're not bringing that forward. So that's it, just some generalized concerns.
I can answer when it comes to LG Sonic and the Blue Ribbon Committee. In those meetings, there's competing interests on many occasions, and so a lot of times our projects don't even really get pushed forward. Some of the others, yes, but the only thing similar to this, this and the Blue Ribbon Committee is just LG Sonic itself. And so now that the Blue Ribbon Committee has implemented basically a prioritization, or not only that, but it's not even done by consensus anymore. It's done by, well, do you vote yes or no? Now you have 2 or 3 other parties voting no against anything that they, if they have a project, they're going to want to push it forward. And if we have a project, a lot of times it's always said the county can do their own thing. So it's frustrating. So doing something like this not only gives us an argument, but also, solves a problem rather than going through that headache, if that makes sense. So,
I have a question. So who are the other parties that would vote against this?
so we have UC Davis,
Okay.
and then there's tribes, a couple of tribes.
And the tribes are not in favor of this?
There's one in particular that commonly isn't, and they get a lot of projects as well.
They're not in favor of this because they're prioritizing their
Well, I
other
don't know about this one. I just know that any project that's brought forward by Lake County, it's usually discouraged, if that makes sense.
Is that maybe a conversation to have with our assembly member, or have you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And just as another response, I know that I worked with LG Sonic and Water Resources to get this scope. It was never a carbon copy, but the idea of the LG Sonic buoys and the ability to help clean the lake, absolutely the same thought process, but not a carbon copy.
It's not necessarily all the tribes. It's mainly one that has a very influential voice when it comes to the cyanobacteria and microcystin and all that stuff.
Yeah, I guess my question is, is it something, do they have a problem with this particular project? It's their priority.
County projects. County has cannabis funds. The county has money. They should be doing these things on their own. Those comments are always thrown out. UC Davis commonly chimes in or just ignores it and, kind of beats it down with anything that has to sound scientific or whatever the case. They have basically a doctor that is a biologist or something like that from the school that is in on that committee, so.
Okay. Vice Chair Simon?
Yeah, obviously, I know the last time we had talked about this, we looked at grant fund. I guess my one question in looking if we're going to support this from the county is, in which we do support the overall concept. The hard thing around it is, don't know if it's going to work. And it says it right here in the memo. That's the real challenge. And I know when I first came on as a Board of Supervisors, when we took the tours around and looked at the sewer system, I think our sewer system somewhat, I don't know if it was LG, but there was a thing, they called it the Frog. It was a solar thing that was out there supposed to, help with all the muck and everything that builds up in the sewer ponds. But are we still using those?
I think those are oxygenators, or they
But I mean, the same
basic concept.
basic
type thing, yeah.
concept. I'm not the guy who built them, but, they were supposed to save a bunch of money and other stuff like that. And I don't know, I guess I'll reach back out to Scott. We had and ask that question. I think he's on vacation right now. That obviously really leads back. Want to be able to support it, but I do have one question. Talked about CDBG, the possibility of reimbursement. I think that's really important conversation. I know it was probably preliminary, but.
Stephen Carter, Assistant County Administrative Officer, and this is a grant that Terry is applying for. Very unlikely that anything before the letter of approval would be reimbursed, but with the 3-year plan that I saw, the second and third year could be put in there. The grant is due in March. It's through the state, so it's a little faster than normal. Probably around July 1, we know and possibly have funding available.
What's the match? No match.
None.
Okay.
And this is not the only project wanting to go in there, so it's not a bad thing that it would be basically half and half.
Right.
And as a response, and again, just being, I could tell you what LG Sonic tells me, which is it's going to work, and I'm not going to put that on the memo, because I'm not here to sell their stuff. So I'm going to be blunt that I don't know until I see it. I don't think any of us will know until we see it. And I see it as a risk reduction for the issue that has been occurring. And maybe it's a bad analogy, and I don't mean to poke in areas I shouldn't be poking, but we are dealing with tree mortality. Even if we get rid of all the trees, which we should, doesn't mean we stop forest fires from happening. It stops them from being exacerbated a little bit, but that still doesn't stop the possibility of wildfires, and that doesn't mean we stop doing the work that we're doing to try to clean it up and make it right. So I think that this has similar potential in the way that it will reduce to a certain point. I sure hope it's to the point that I've been told by LG Sonic. But if we don't do anything, we're definitely not taking care of the problem that continues to be there.
So since you brought up tree mortality, we've been working for 2 years to find grant funding and to limit the cost from us, from the county. I know we're going to have to contribute something, but we could have started the work a long time ago if we just wanted to start throwing money at it. And that is my problem with this. I'm supportive of a project, and I don't know if it's this technology, because you both have mentioned that there's other things out there. And yes, it's been vetted by the Blue Ribbon Committee, but that's just, I think we need to do more for our policy on procurement. And I think we take opportunities to look for those grants. And if we have to offset or use the LATC fund for matching, we have a limited amount of money. There's about $3 million there. And I think we need to leverage that so we have more projects and we can contribute smaller amounts towards matches if we want to do a one-to-one. I would be okay with looking at that. But you mentioned our reserves, and we've never had reserves like we do now, and it's really critical that we keep them because we're looking at both state and federal deficits now, and now is not the time to be looking at our reserves. So, you know, I appreciate that this presentation was dramatic, and we've had these conversations before, and it is something that I agree we do need to pursue, but this is not our budgeting conversation. This is not mid-year. This isn't June. I can't even really wrap my head around putting a $1.5 million project out right now when we're not looking at the context of our budget. So this is something that I can't support funding today, but I would be okay with looking at a project and grants. I do agree with Supervisor Green that we need to look more at the program and how does this impact recreation and navigation. And there's a lot of buoys out there. That's a lot of buoys, and we have a lot of people on our lake. So what does that look like? What does traffic look like? What does vandalism look like? What's going to be the toll on our department? Staffing and maintenance, all those things I would like to have a better idea to understand the overall impact. And then, this isn't just the county, this is the cities, this is tribes, this is water purveyors. What kind of coalition can we build to kind of come at this collaboratively where we're cost sharing or we're sharing with the maintenance so that we all have buy-in because this affects all of us. Vice Chair Simon.
I see Stephen came back. I don't know.
Yeah, Stephen.
Well, I just wanted to say that if from the position I'm hearing from the chair, we can try to go for the entire thing in the CDBG grant, and then if awarded, theoretically, it can be implemented, unfortunately, in the end of 2024. So it's a little later than Supervisor Spatier wants, but that's one thing that could occur.
And it sounds like there's a couple projects.
There's at least 4 projects.
4 projects for that funding source. And so could some of them be partial funding and then we match or, get matches from other organizations?
For the specific LG Sonic?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So I'd like to explore that. Vice Chair Simon?
I think looking at the grant opportunities is real important. If there's an opportunity to do the whole grant and look, see if we get that. I understand you say there's 4 grants potentially for that. I don't know what those are. I am in support or 4 projects for that same grant. My other departments have already asked for those to be put through.
So is that going to be a conversation at mid-year? Okay.
And sorry.
Yeah, looking at the, the overall cost, the reality of it is, the longer I've learned and sat here on this board, and the conversation happening, it's the oldest natural lake in North America. It's going to come with it. We're never going to have, and when it first came on, heard a lot of people making comments of, oh, we need to be clean like a lake. That's not the lake. 2 separate animals, man. And learned a lot of that since been on the board and educated through the conversations with Blue Ribbon Committee, everything that we're doing, looking how we're going to do these things. Some of these channels are man-made too, because they had some real grandiose ideas of flying people in and being in other areas, and you wanted waterfront property, and you made waterfront property, and now there's issues because it blows the wind from the north side of the lake down. We've had these conversations last time. I think everything we're attempting to do is real important. And I know we got, how many units in here? 16 is what?
28.
28. And that's probably LG Sonic probably putting something together and calculating what they think would have the most impact. Support the project, but I think we should really look at the grant funding opportunities, willing to have another conversation in June, come back, hey, we weren't successful, we got, $700,000. I think that would give us an opportunity as a county to have that discussion with our funds to go in there, our skin in the game, as they would say, so you can take that back to Blue Ribbon Committee too. And I believe, that's the best path forward. And I know I said something controversial at the summit, and we're having 2 conversations. Don't get me confused. I'm not in support of removing Lake Pillsbury, but the dam on the oldest natural lake in North America, that creates a problem here in Clear Lake. Clear Lake cannot clean itself out like it did for millions of years before people came in and put a dam on it. I will say that. I'm not a scientist, but it kept life here for thousands and thousands of years. Because it was able to do what it naturally did every year, and most likely cleaned itself out when it could, kept the water in there as needed, as the Grigsby Riffle does for it naturally, and that's a conversation people need to be having. If you take something natural, and I would just equate that to the inhabitants of this country, and you take them and you stick them somewhere, and you pin them on something, and you change that way that it's functioning, you have problems, and that's the way I look at the lake. So, yeah, he got some feedback, but I'm going to say what I got to say. So support this going forward with the grant option, and then would be willing to have that conversation at budget time if we need to put some money in there if we don't get the full funding opportunity. So what's my thoughts?
Supervisor Green?
Yeah. Appreciate the feedback, and I do share some of the concerns about the budgeting, but in this particular instance, just because I have been through Blue Ribbon a little bit and seen that process at work, and just because I've seen the slow roll of grants and matching and stuff like that, it's really easy for these things to get lost in the weeds, so to speak. And it's not just 30 years we've been at this, it's 50 years. 50 years. Water Resources used to have a algae research unit. That was actually the name of it. And this is the first real actionable proposal that I think is directly on point to what your constituents have been talking about you for years. And it doesn't just affect your constituents, it affects lake health generally and the economic vitality of this county. if I had a crystal ball and I could predict some instant success in finding some matching funds or, getting CDBG to wake up and, oh, we're doing buoys today. I don't see that happening. And I think if we sit in the driver's seat, we're going to be that much more successful in recruiting partners down the road if we have an actual viable project. And if we get a year or two of data and we see some success, that will help engender that support. I know we have a letter that will be read into the record here a little bit from the city manager, Clear Lake, indicating strong support for this. So although normally I would hedge my bets and urge caution, I'm signaling support for moving ahead today and identifying whatever one-time funding source or reserve is needed to get this project moving. And we'll catch up on the matching and all the good vibes later down the road. But we have been waiting 50 years to get an algae control project in this lake, and this provides an opportunity to do that. So I want to support that.
Well, I agree with Vice Chair Simon that this is not something that I'll agree to fully fund. I just won't. We have a lot of problems. We have a lot of issues. We have a lot of projects. We're doing a lot of proactive work. You saw that presentation today. You saw another one last week of how hard we're hustling for grants. And yes, cost share is part of it, and I'm supportive of helping us be able to champion this, but I want the other partners to be involved because everybody needs to understand how this impacts our lake and be cooperative and helpful with each other. We can't just take on this project when we know we have two cities and tribal nations that share our shores and share this water. And, we have a lot of success with the Risk Reduction Authority and bringing people together. And if you want, we can have those conversations there because water quality is a risk and we've got water purveyors there. But this, in my mind, this has to be a collaborative project. It just can't be one entity and one agency. Supervisor Crandall.
Well, I don't want to speak for the tribes, but I could already tell there's 3 that will not partner with us on this. One already has their system moving, and I know for sure my tribe isn't going to. They don't really want to be a part of a lot of these projects unless it has to do with the hitch or anything like that. I don't speak for them. They may change. They may say otherwise. But what I've noticed is any time the county asks for, a partnership when it comes to funding, it's a very difficult ask. And the reason I say that is because the TID was a very hard thing for a negotiating deal. But it finally got done, and that's still there. And so I think if it's proven, they might jump on board, or they might buy their own, or that way we can lessen as a county to have as many. But that's just the path that I see if we take that approach. I think if we ask them to come to the table and be a part of it initially, it might be an issue. Not to mention some of the things that have come to the board that have put some of the tribes, at a level where they don't necessarily would want to work with us on something like this. Maybe other things. I think when we say it might not work, the reason why it might not, or the thought is, not thought, but the reason why is because it hasn't been done on a lake like this before. It's been done on smaller lakes which have data that prove that it's worked. I think that's the issue, is we're coming into this not knowing with a lake our size, it's like going into the unknown. The other thing about it is, we talked about staff, and this has a monitoring system. It looks for chlorophyll, blue-green algae, pH levels, water temperature, turbidity, and dissolved oxygen. Not all of those are something that maybe they're looking for every day, but I know some of it is a lot of work they do anyhow, so it might help with that. I didn't necessarily get that information from Water Resources, but I know that they do these type of studies. So that's just some input that I have, especially with tribes. Like we're working on the Middle Creek Restoration Project. I'm part of Robinson, and I'm still having trouble getting them, getting a working relationship with them, if that makes sense. So when you mentioned some of the tribes, there might be a couple of them that will, that's fine, but I don't know. I know the cities, I know that I've seen a support from Alan online here. And
gotten to see it.
I seen it. There's for this item.
Support, yeah,
he
it's a letter of
supports it.
support, but I think we need to understand what the whole program looks like. And part of that would be inviting everybody to the table and starting the conversation. If people walk away and they don't want to be a part of it, then the opportunity has been given. But I feel like that has to be part of the effort here.
Actually, before I start speaking, we have Mr. Carter standing there. Looks like he has something to say. Wondering if you maybe want to skip me and.
It'll just take a second. It actually relates to what Supervisor Pyska just said. It's from Scott De Leon. It's been pointed out that the O&M costs have not been considered, which is correct. And we'll need to do that moving forward because that can be a significant expense. It doesn't necessarily need to be all borne by the county. But last part was from me, not Scott.
And I do agree that there's still some answers that are needed, and I appreciate some of the comments that have been made today. I know that, so I put this on my slide and I forgot to read it when I went through it. We've been paying Clean Lakes a contract since 2011. We just signed a new contract. In the memo, it said it was for 4 years, but the contract is for 1 year. I think the 5 years was meant that we don't have to do another RFP for 5 years because they had just done one, and it was the only proposal we received. We are paying out of, and Mr. Carter can correct me, we're paying out of geothermal and out of TOT and some other general fund.
That's for weed abatement or algae?
And that's for aquatic weed abatement.
Right.
I'm gonna, 90%, there's only one thin strip in the lower arm area that's aquatic weed treatment is done. 90% is all in the Lakeport vicinity and some in the Lucerne area and Soda Bay. We do not ask people for money on this. We have been pulling it out. And
That's not general fund money, though, that's geothermal royalties.
which we can use on a multitude of things.
Including the.
About 40% is geothermal royalties, which the type that we're using there can be used for almost anything. The TOT, 40% is general fund, and that's about 50%.
And so that TOT comes from both the cities?
No.
No.
Oh,
it's our
the
TOT allocation.
Right.
And then the ag department, for their gas tax, it varies from 7,000 a year to up to like 70 sometimes. So that would be pure general fund as well.
Okay.
So general fund for sure, 50 to 67%.
And while I don't disagree with a collaborative, I know I've spoken to Golden State Water, I've spoken to Canocti Water, I still need to sit down with Jeff over at Highlands Water. Golden State has given me a verbal that they want to purchase one.
Okay.
Place it right over their intake. I know that Frank over at Canocti Water is speaking with his board because he can't give me a verbal until his board actually says, yes, we're interested in funding this. And I know that Clear Lake Oaks Water as well has been.
I sent them the information. They had a board meeting last Thursday, so they should have it. They've probably reviewed it, and then I'll go to the next one to work with them on that to partner.
And so I don't disagree with that, but I do want to say that the county is the responsible agent for the lake, and if we're asking property owners to be responsible for their properties, then we should lead by that same example as well, by not just looking for money where maybe, because yes, tribes can access the lake, not all tribes are right next to the lake, but if we're asking for everyone to pitch in, if they say no, that doesn't mean that the project shouldn't happen. It's still our responsibility to create a healthy lake, a healthy environment for both the people and wildlife and for our economy. I think the buck stops with us.
Well, I think there's a lot of ways to contribute other than the initial cost, and we don't know what operating and maintenance looks like. There's going to be responsibility if all of these buoys are right off the city's shores. What about vandalism and other issues like that? So, that's why I really need this to be collaborative, because there may be partners that can't contribute. We know some water purveyors, they have a shoestring budget, some are for profit, some are not. But bringing them all together and coming up with a plan is how this is going to be most successful. And then we'll understand what the true costs are going forward. How can we leverage the funding that we do have with grant opportunities that are out there?
And then one last statement. Supervisor Green, I appreciate your comments. And you're right, it has been since, I think 1967 was the first formation for looking at the algae, if I remember the information that Scott DeLeon gave to me. But it will require, if we move forward with the proposal here, it will require 4 votes in order for reserves to be moved from LATCF to being an asset, a capital asset type of thing. And so I think that I need to answer some of your questions. I think that I'll let Mr. Carter continue.
I'm just here for those questions that are going to happen related to budget.
Please correct me if I'm wrong.
You're correct.
Vice Chair Simon.
So, okay, 4/5 vote if we're going to move that. You know, what I'm hearing a little bit, obviously, and we said here on the diocese, you know, we get these items going through that process. Completely agree with, and what I feel, the board is in support of doing this project somehow. Talked about the CDB budget. One question I would like to ask you and Supervisor Crandall is, I really would like to see if we can write that grant, this opportunity as we move through that. But Mike, you make a good point. You know, there's a million things that we have going on with the restoration projects, everything that we have doing, studying the data for the water and everything that the tribes and everybody's collaborating on with the Blue Ribbon Committee. So I am a project guy. I'm tired of studying stuff. Let's try something, man. So would there be a willingness by you guys to bring the scope down? Maybe instead of 28, you go down to 20, 10 at each spot, and then that spurs the conversation of agencies. Hey, we're going to do this for a year. If it works, we need to come together, all the agencies that are doing it, the tribes, everybody, and say, hey, all right, it did work or it didn't work. We took a shot at it. If there's an opportunity for CDBG, if we take that shot and, you know, we can get some funding to reimbursement, so would there be a conversation on the scope? Because I imagine LG put the scope together.
Yes.
And if you went for 10 and 10 in those areas, I think you could get a real good idea of where we're moving with that project. Because what it sounds like today is there's a majority of the board that's in favor of moving this thing forward one way or another, and that's the reality of it.
What about just one arm and not 2?
I think both of the arms are the worst, and so that's why.
Right, but you could demonstrate if it works in one arm. The Oaks arm, you did that as the pilot.
At this moment, I can agree to limiting the scope with reducing the number. I think we have to be careful so that we don't limit it so much that it really doesn't have an impact.
That's why I counted, you know, you had 28, you had 14 and 14.
Just 4 down.
4 away. I think you're spreading that out a little bit. I don't know, LG may come back and have a fit about that, but I think it's an opportunity to look at that, because if you're looking at 1.5 million, we already heard from Water Resource, or Scott DeLeon, that, you know, we don't know the operation costs. I think we're limiting the liability, I think, a little bit more to look through that project. I know a lot of folks, there's been failed measures, there's been other things that have been out there, collecting of the algae, I heard of that, which it didn't work out. You know, I obviously am very pro-lake. I think we have the most beautiful lake. I think, you know me, Bruno, through LTA and APC, I'd like to see a ferry program.
We still support
that. We could turn that into a tourism opportunity to get people on this beautiful lake, because we do have problem areas in some places, but the overall, you get out in the middle of that thing, it's absolutely beautiful. So that's another conversation. But looking at these opportunities, I think are really important. I think what it does open up the doors to, obviously, is the other government tribal nations in the county where there's opportunities to collaborate. You know, if there's a project that works, maybe there is some funding that could come through each one of our EPA departments that could help subsidize some of these for the lakes. The worst thing that could ever happen, and it did happen here recently, was the Tule Boat Festival that's been going on forever, the existence of this lake having to be canceled because of cyanobacteria. And that is a traditional cultural thing that is done and has been done here before this country was even created, and it had to be stopped. And that's a horrible loss, just as much as the hitch would be, or the chai, the loss to the cultures here that have been here forever. So hearing the conversation today, if we could limit this, I'd be willing to move forward to look at the LACTIV funding, but also want to have a dual bridge where we're looking at the CDBG funding, if there's an opportunity to reimburse that or even get the grant as we're moving forward. So those are the thoughts that I end up with today.
I'm going to give Supervisor Green.
Just real quick, if we don't have a technical subcommittee, but rather than slice and dice, number of buoys, obviously the more buoys we slice off, the lower the cost, but also the higher the probability it won't work because we didn't scale it appropriately. It's a big problem on both of those arms. So I think the original project, as it was approved by Blue Ribbon Committee, was not 10 and 10, I guarantee you that. And if we're going back to some baseline, let's do it in an informed way. Let's get LG Sonic on the phone. Let's get what technical assets we have to actually discuss that. But on the collaboration point, Blue Ribbon Committee is collaboration. The whole thing was invented as an exercise in collaboration. So the fact that we didn't get 100% buy-in doesn't mean that it didn't get approval. It was approved for funding by BRC. We just don't have the check right now. So I don't want to spend a whole lot of time using a budget to reinvent this project as it was originally scoped and approved through a very collaborative process. But if there are concerns about the scale, what do we have in terms of a technical subcommittee or an ad hoc that could be formed to address any technical questions or O&M questions that may be raised on this? And then whatever budget transfers have to happen, what meetings have to happen with that. So it sounds like, I'd like to move something forward that we're not slicing it in half off the top without really justifying that, other than our concern over funding. And if we are to bring it back, what would it be, mid-year in January? Is there time enough to shape a proposal? So I'd like to give them clear direction that I would at least support seeing some modified proposal to come back at mid-year. But I'm not as concerned with this project as I might be with other projects about bootstrapping some new collaboration that may or may not happen. Collaboration is, we've been trying that for 50 years again, plus. We have an actionable project. Let's find the money to do it, and let's get to work on all the other good projects that BRC also voted to approve.
So what I'm hearing is that we've had algae problem for a long time, in 50 years, and this is something that we're going to continue to work on. And again, I am supportive of this project. This is not a silver bullet, and we don't know if it's going to work, and it's going to cost us $1.5 million. And I cannot be okay with that when we have all these other projects going on. And if we can just take the next year and look at other opportunities to leverage the little funding that we do have and slow this down a little bit and build a collaboration and develop our plan on what this is actually going to look like, that is the more responsible direction to go. And I understand that, you're feeling pressure and we want to solve this right away, but I'll go back to tree mortality. 2 years. 2 years I've been working on this. And we have not spent any money yet. We're getting close and we're waiting, and that is not just a fire risk, that's public safety, that is, trees falling on roads. That is our responsibility too. And sometimes you just have to slow down a little bit and make sure that you're doing the responsible things with our taxpayer money. We had a conversation yesterday about the money we have out for the Flashes project. We don't know what's happening with that. Last week, we just dedicated $200,000 to Middle Creek, again, outside of budget discussion. I think we need to come together. I'd be a little bit more conservative with our reserves and our funding going into a possible financial downturn, especially with the state and federal budgets.
And then they look at me. So at mid-year, which comes before your board February 6th, we won't know exactly what we're going to apply for in that grant yet, and we definitely won't know what we would receive. So almost for sure, anything that is spent before that letter of we get that grant or not is going to be borne by the county. I don't want to say much more than that, but that's the way it would probably be pan out. Because very few grants actually, if you spend the money and then you get the grant, very few go before that start date.
So today, all we're looking at is direction. This is not an approval of spending. This is not a contract. I obviously need to get more answers on maintenance cost, maintenance operations. I do have the warranties of the parts so that if something does go wrong on those certain things, that those things automatically get replaced. I think that there's an opportunity to decrease the scope with the number and go after grant funding to complete that scope and possibly reimburse for year 2 and 3. So I think there's ways to splice it and be able to get to the same destination. And so I think today, if Supervisor Crandall agrees, I would like to approve giving direction to staff to continue to get the answers we're asking about that we don't have answers for, and to come back with a final proposal of what this decreased scope and what the payments would look like. And again, at that point, we would have the ability to have the conversation about the funding and the grant. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. The other thing, I don't know if we talked about it, was the, if we felt we didn't want to be a part of it any longer, we don't have to pay the full deal. We can come out of it with like an exit clause, if you will, and
yeah. Right. And I didn't mention that because it's not my favorite part of the negotiations that occurred, that if we don't like it, we don't have to pay year 3, which is a savings of like $340,000. But then again, what's the purpose of having a bunch of sonic buoys that aren't doing what we want them to do? We would be able to keep the 8 buoys that collect data, which is important, in my opinion, for our lake health and understanding what's happening. Yeah, I haven't discussed that just because it's the potential for it not working. If it doesn't work, there is just no good news to provide other than we can continue collecting data. And I will say that after this year, I can even dedicate, if we keep going with cannabis taxes, that my $100,000 goes right back into the general fund in order to pay this back. It's that important that we find a solution sooner than later. But we continue to look for grant funding to complete the scope. And I think that we come back again one more time for final approval or for final review and see where we go and keep testing the wind and seeing where the board sits on what it looks like.
I just want to reiterate too, I think the last time we had the conversation, and EJ just struck my memory about getting one for, what water company is potentially looking at something?
So I know that you...
Or was that you said?
Golden State, Canocti.
And then I have Clear Lake Oaks, Glen Haven Business.
And I think that's a very important opportunity too, when we're talking about the cap, the the climate. Sorry, man, that was a slip there. The gap that we're putting together when we're talking drought and that opportunity, having these things around the water systems are really important. So, collecting the data, we're going to be able to push that to other agencies and say, look, if it works out the way that they're selling it, yeah, this would be a great opportunity because we know how affected each and every one of our water districts were, trying to extend the lines, doing all those drought opportunities, but we have a couple around each one of the intakes that could give us a real opportunity down the road. So I think the data collection is really important. Most important thing is having people to be able to drink the water. And we know, and I think we had that conversation too, we have all the ones that are non-licensed, the private drinking water folks. And I think during the drought, we got an idea on that, but I think that's something, you know, we need to look at from our special districts department of who's drawing water from that lake for an environmental health issue to go down the road. So important stuff, obviously, in support.
They didn't necessarily commit, but they are interested, and I'm not sure how many they would be interested in, but I did send them all the information, and I sent them the last presentation, the video, and so we'll find out more. But I know that they're highly interested because of the last fire situation they had in town in 2020. The water was so low that they had a water boiling situation going, and so with something like this to help, if it was to help with the water, it would give them, you know, a better opportunity not only to serve people with drinking water, but also in the fire situation as well. So that's why they were interested, you know, but doesn't mean that they're, you know, on board completely, right? So the board has to make their decision.
I got to show me first.
Yeah, yeah.
So I did want to bring up one more thing. It would be about mid-February to the end of February when we would come back to your board about that CDBG MIT-RIP grant. And that's where some decision can be made on what we're applying for, whether it be the year 2 and 3 and we take care of year 1 ourselves, or try for the whole project, which then wouldn't start be funding until July-ish.
CIO Parker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like some clarification when you say staff, and who is that?
I would say water resources, and probably the assistance of Mr. Carter as well, or maybe Ms. Logston, since she's also working on that grant, because I want to make sure that they understand what the project scope is, so that if we are going to implement that in the grant proposal, that they understand what it is that we're asking.
Thank you, sir.
Is that good enough, or did I miss something?
No, that's good enough. I just wanted to make sure I knew who's doing what.
Okay. I don't think we took public comment. We have a hand up. Betsy Kahn?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Board, for this incredibly important discussion. I want to say that the Blue Ribbon Committee, I believe, if I recall, there was an argument against placing any of these units in the Clear Lake Oaks arm because we already have 2 major projects, including the oxygenation at the surface of the lake bed through the UC Davis grant that came from the state. And there was some discussion about whether that would be, you know, the 2 data issues would be confused if you added those buoys in the Clear Lake Oaks arm. The lower arm of the lake, you can see on those satellite images, which are on your local water resources webpage, that the lower arm of the lake has the greatest concentration of difficulties because, first of all, it doesn't circulate much in the summer. You're not releasing water from the channel, and there's not a lot of activity. So the presence of these pollutants is extremely visible, even though we know that the majority of the actual nutrients come in through the upper arm and then they're circulated down that way. However, one of the things that has not been done, and I really encourage you to do this project, figure it out. It's more than 50 years. The first investigation of Lake County investigation done by the State Department of Water Resources dated 1963. It's in the public library, or it has been. This is an ongoing thing. Not to be familiar with the Clean Water Program, the stormwater management, shoreline protection, all these things that we have been working on for 3 or 4 decades doesn't negate the fact that this may actually fix something, like Moak says. The solar bees that you were talking about, the aeration devices, no, they're not efficient enough. The Big Valley Tribe, however, goes out there in their marina and aerates in the marina to make the launch areas clean for launching. We know that works in very small sections. We need to know whether we can do this in a larger area, and the lower arm is the perfect place to try it. The other thing you could do is the city of Clear Lake has a longstanding drainage problem. 49 miles of the city's 112 miles of roads are unpaved. The drainage system itself, there was a report done in 1983 or 4, and then updated in the early 90s. LAFCO's municipal service review describes specifically what the failure to correct those drainages has added to the lower arm pollution. So there are many, many things to take into consideration, but by golly.
Thank you, Betsy. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else with public comment? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'll bring it back to the board.
You know, I thought of something. She
Sure.
mentioned a really interesting thing, and I in thinking about it, when the hypolimnetic oxygenation project takes place, and hypothetically, if this takes place, we can't determine, she's essentially right, we wouldn't be able to determine which one really worked. They just both would work, right? And so you mentioned, can we just do one arm? Considering the hypolimnetic oxygenation project is going to happen, I think it's funded and it's going to move forward eventually. When would potentially this, if, you know, of course, hypothetically, when would this take place if it was approved?
I was told that it would take 4 to 6 weeks to construct the units that we're looking to order and attach, and everything would be done within 6 weeks.
So we're still basically looking at coming back in February to find funding, all of that stuff and whatnot. And so I'm willing to start with your arm. That way it suffices what you mentioned about the, doing one side and seeing if it really works. And also allowing the hypolimnetic oxygenation the opportunity to see if that really works.
When does that start?
I want to say this year, but it could be 25. But I remember a couple years back they were like, oh, once it gets approved, we'll look at 24. Usually the funding comes and then it's a year out. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So if it was approved in 22, which there was projects approved in 22, but they got pushed back because of the funding. So. From what I understand, it should be this year is when they start with that. So when you mentioned, let's start with one, and then Betsy made an important highlight that we would rather see what works and what doesn't. So I'd be willing to start with one side.
And again, Stephen, the CDBG application, we'll talk about that in February, submitted in March. And when would the funding come back from that?
Best estimate is we'll get the letter July sometime, funding shortly after, since the state.
Okay.
And at this point, that changes nothing for the direction, because even in the memo, as stated, it wasn't any kind of full approval. It was direction to staff to come back with contract and funding opportunities, and I think that's the same direction that was provided.
And operation and maintenance.
Yeah, with
And
answers to
more
questions.
information on who collaborative partners would be.
Yep.
Okay.
Just one final comment. Just want to say, appreciate the conversation, appreciate Betsy, the updates on everything. But yeah, supporting that one arm by Clear Lake sure simplifies things, gives us an opportunity to do 2 projects. Yeah, definitely don't know how that changes the cost, but if we just break it down math, it's like half.
It's half.
Which is a lot more palatable, and I think addresses everybody's goals of being fiscally responsible, but taking action to do those types of things. So however we do it today, I'd still like to look at the grant opportunity, but really one arm would be, I could support that. So anyway.
I just had one more thing. It's actually not fiscal related. Supervisor Sabate, when is the right time to put these buoys in? You were talking to me previously about the right timing of it.
The timing is not when there's algae everywhere. The timing would be prior to March or April. I think typically we start seeing algae blooms pop up maybe at the earliest late May, sometimes later and around July. So the anticipation was always to try to get it into a early spring, late winter installation. And so we'll see if the timing doesn't work out, then I appreciate the support that the board is providing for the project. We'll figure out if we can get some answers and make it even more palatable, but I think at least I feel that there's progress today, and I'm going to take that with a little bit of gratitude and move forward with that. But timing-wise, we'll figure out and we'll make it work when it needs to work.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, we have a couple items that I think we'll try and tackle before lunch. Got some people waiting.
While you're reading it, I'm just going to need a quick break.
You want a 5-minute break?
If you can.
Yep, let's do a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 12:05.
It is. It does. Sorry.
It's all right, Susan's still on my end.
Oh, yeah.
Right. I mean, we have Lloyd, I think, was.
Yeah.
All right, welcome back. We're going to get to our 11 a.m. item, 6.7. A, consideration of resolution authorizing the purchase of real property located at 5245 3rd Street, Kelseyville, California, 95451, for the continued purpose of a Kelseyville Senior and Event Center, I'm sorry, purchase. It says supposed to be purchase. And B, consideration of real property purchase and sale agreement contingent upon approval of the general plan conformity report. And C, consideration of lease agreement between the County of Lake and Kelseyville Senior Center, Inc., and authorize the chair to sign. And we have Mr. Carter.
Good afternoon, Board. I was checking the time to see what time it was. Stephen Carter, Assistant County Administrative Officer. So with this item, I wanted to start actually with a memo fix in the first line. Doesn't matter how many times you look at it. Unfortunately, it does say county-owned facility. That is not the case yet. That's the whole point of this item. So I do apologize for that. I did want to start with a little bit of a background before we even get into the A, B, or C, because I know that there's some mixed signals out there. So in 2001, 2002, $200,000 of general fund was granted to Kelseyville Seniors, Inc. for that organization to purchase the property. And there's a short form deed of trust and security agreement, so that literally states county grant. So we just basically were the funder in that purchase, and it was put under their name and their responsibility. And in that same time period, there was a $150,000 federal earmark from Congressman Thompson, and that was to remodel the property at the time. Now, fast forward to 2021, the ARPA committee met in September, and the project was brought up and approved by the committee for $700,000 recommended. The ARPA committee recommended to bring it to the board, and the board has approved that. And later on August 9th, your board appointed, well, I don't want to quite go there yet. At that same time of the approval for the $700,000, I did want to make sure I also stated that all of the other senior centers in the county also received $50,000 allocation from ARPA as well. So it wasn't single out just Kelseyville. And then August 9th, 2022 board meeting, your board appointed Susan Parker and myself as negotiation team. And then on August 19th, 2023, your board increased the ARPA budgeted amount for Kelseyville Seniors, Inc. project from $700,000 to $800,000, and that was approved. Now, before I get into the appraisal and everything else, I do want to talk about the actual item A, which is the resolution authorizing the purchase of the real property located at 5245 3rd Street, Kelseyville, California, 95451, for the continued purpose of a Kelseyville Senior and Event Center. So this is the initial resolution that would need to be approved by your board that allows all of the subsequent actions to happen. One of the key pieces of this resolution that I'd like to draw out is that the last whereas, Lake County will continue to provide opportunities for senior services in the Kelseyville area. That's specifically put in there over concerns of once the property is under county ownership, that we could pull out, do something different. That is one of the assurances that I'll talk about more later in the other agreements of the fact that the county's intention is to provide senior services in this area. So with the purchase agreement, related to that, the appraisal came in February 22nd, 2022 of $320,000. The negotiated purchase price was $117,795, and the way that number was derived was $320,000 appraisal minus the $200,000 security agreement with the county that needs to be satisfied, bringing it down to $120,000, and then the $2,205 was removed for county cost to date, which was appraisal, inspections, and ADA compliance inspections. And then the lease and purchase agreements, they've already been signed by, I want to call them KSI because that's what the short for them, has been signed by KSI and the county council. And something that is different on this board item versus when we brought it forward in November is when you're looking at, I believe it's B, where it says pending the general fund conformity report. That has occurred. And on December 12th, the Planning Commission did approve the general plan conformity for GPC 2305, which is for the purchase of the KSI property. I would like to bring out some specifics in the agreement, which in lease that are slightly different than normal, and it's more, again, towards Kelseyville Seniors Inc.'s request. The purchase, well, this one isn't exactly KSI's request. This is your board's request. The purchase amount will be placed into a special trust fund held by the county treasury. A separate resolution will come forward in the next few weeks, most likely mid-January, considering holidays, that would create this new trust fund. And I've talked to the auditor herself, I won't even say the auditor's office. That is no problem, and she agrees with what the admin office thought, where your board should sign that, but KSI's board should also approve, sign, which we would get their signature first, so that when this fund is created, we're all on the same page, and within that resolution, we can set down ground rules on being, the purchases would come through administration and then sent on for to the auditor's office to be paid, but to make sure it's senior center related activities, not anything else. And then one of the special pieces of the lease is there's a section under where the renewal happens. The parties agree to reasonably meet and confer to enter into a new lease at least 60 days prior to the termination date in 2033, and the county shall initiate the meet and confer. So that's important because it provides assurance to KSI and the public in Kelseyville that we aren't just going to wait until the end of the lease and do something else. The county is responsible for initiating it at least 60 days ahead and doing the meet and confer in good faith. The next steps, so the resolution to create the trust fund signed by KSI and your board will come forward, and then everything related to potential remodeling of the building. So Lars sent me an email that isn't specific to this project, but once the lease agreement is signed and it's gone and it becomes our property, there needs to be programming, schematic design, design development, construction documents, all the normal things for construction and remodel, and bidding, and we have to be under contract before December 31st of 2024. We need to be under the construction contract because that's the ARPA requirement. And then the project has to be completed no later than December 31st of 2026 because that's the last date you can use ARPA funding for this. And I believe I'm ready for questions if there are any.
Any questions? Supervisor Sabatier?
Thank you for that. Thank you for the history as well, because I agree. I think there's been some contradictory information, but I'm glad that we can clear that up. Appreciate the way that the lease is done, appreciate the future kind of policy on drawdown of the funding that will be put in a special fund or trust. I do have a question about other uses of the building. Will this be like our other buildings where you can lease the building for like a event? I don't see that written anywhere that,
It's in the lease.
is that,
It is in the lease, but
is that a separate kind of thing that we just get to do with our buildings?
Exhibit E.
Okay.
But before we get to Exhibit E, when we lease back the property to KSI, they're still also allowed to do their event center piece of their business, because that's what draws in all the revenue for them, so that needs to be just as much considered as anything else. But in Exhibit E, that's where any emergency declared by the county Board of Supervisors, the county will set hours and staffing, and it also says that, the senior center event and event center, the hours of operation, the county board for posting agendas, et cetera. So the plan is also, there's CRC funding coming down, Community Resource Center, Resiliency Center?
Hope, we haven't gotten the grant yet.
No, but that's something that this building in a declared disaster from the county.
And so I'm looking, and thank you, I'm looking at the facility use policy on availability, just trying to understand why it says all uses must conclude by 12 p.m.
That was just part of standard agreements, I guess, not
Because
having
it says
2 a.m.
use may not exceed an 8-hour period, but then it says all uses must conclude. Does that mean you're starting at 2 a.m. and you can't go further than 12 p.m.? Is it 12 p.m. the next day? Like, I'm just not quite certain what 12 p.m. stands for.
I would think midnight that night, but
Wouldn't that be 12 a.m.?
yeah, it would be. Does it say p.m.?
Yeah.
And the exhibits can be adjusted at any point in time. Which exhibit are you referring to?
It's the facility use policy, Exhibit A. Sorry.
Okay, like 6 pages back, sorry. Okay. Easily can make that change.
My next one is, and sorry if I didn't catch it in there, does Kelseyville Seniors, Inc. have a facility use access past their normal operations if they're doing like a fundraiser? Do they get a free access for 1 to 2 fundraisers a year, or do they go through the same policy that anyone else that wants to use the facility would have to go through?
KSI?
Yeah.
They have full control of the building.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure that.
We only take control.
I thought once they were done with their senior center stuff, that anything else would be additional.
No. It's essence letting them can do exactly what they're doing now, with the exception of if there's county declared emergencies, et cetera, so staffing.
Well, they have the ability to lease out their space.
Correct.
Sublease it out if they want to, if it works. But it doesn't mean that their time of use stops.
Okay.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, just a quick housekeeping item. I noticed some inconsistency in the staff report and the resolution and some of the CDD documents. I believe the correct name would be Kelseyville Seniors, plural, Inc. I see some references to senior, singular, in the planning docs, and in the staff report, I see Kelseyville Senior Center, Inc. So I just want to make sure we nail down that name before we execute the documents and be consistent. Thank you.
It's Kelseyville Seniors, Inc. only.
Okay, do we have any public comment? Anyone in the chambers or the Zoom room? We have a hand up. Elizabeth Larson can go ahead and unmute, and you'll get your 3 minutes will start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple questions, and I'll ask them, and I can also send these to staff in writing if necessary. But I I'm curious about, and so few county organizations get hundreds of thousands of dollars of assistance from the county, once, much less twice. So I'm kind of wondering why this group and why now, especially since Chair Pyska mentioned that there are a lot of needs in the county. And so I wonder why this one is being prioritized the way it is. I'm curious if people, so that's number one. Number two is it was mentioned previously that people come from Cobb to use this senior center. And I'm curious if that's been actually studied and if you really know who comes from where. So that's another question. And still another is, for close to $1 million, why not choose another location that's larger and more suited for this use? I mean, this facility has essentially no parking. It's on a tiny lot. And I think it's like 2,500 square feet. It's just not very big for the uses for a senior center, much less a CRC. And I also am curious, is it the county's goal to own all senior centers? You don't now, but it seems like this is some sort of direction. And over the past several years, the county has sold off a lot of properties, especially on the North Shore. And earlier this year, during the discussion about the Lake County Rodeo using county properties, Supervisor Sabatier talked about wanting to review other county holdings and potentially sell more of them. So is this purchase signaling a change in policy direction, or do you even have a policy? And those are my questions. Thank you.
I think we can get to some of these. Do you want to start, Stephen? Or okay. So the reason this project was vetted and chosen by the ARPA committee, then brought to the board, was because the senior center, Kelseyville Senior Centers, Inc. has been struggling to maintain an aging building that has a lot of needs. And we were very careful when we were choosing ARPA projects. They had to align with the guidelines, and this is one of the projects that aligns with the guidelines. So we wanted to support the senior centers, and this is one of the projects that we chose to do that, to allow this organization to focus on providing services to seniors. And the Cobb visitors, that would be information from the senior center itself. I don't have that today, but you did mention that you're going to be providing these questions, and we can work to get them answered to you by staff. Is there anything else you want to add, Stephen?
No, a lot of the information would require some research.
Okay, yeah. We do have a facility in Middletown that this is going to sort of mirror and be a smaller version of, but this was an investment that we wanted to make in the town of Kelseyville and for the community and the senior center and the seniors. Supervisor Sabatier.
And since it was brought up on something that I stated, I think we have some vacant land, especially when it's around our treatment plants. I think that there may have been a good purpose and reason to isolate those facilities, but at the same time, looking at unused land, or possibly if we have unused facilities, which I think we have very few that I can think of, that yes, we should be looking at that, but not, part of our Vision 2028, while it's rather vague, does say to provide support for our seniors, and we need to ensure, especially as we've seen from the AAA reports, the increase of seniors that we anticipate to have in our population, that there's longevity and good support in those senior services that are being provided. Personally, I really like the Middletown area and the Clear Lake area in the fact that it's a partnership between the local jurisdiction and a nonprofit in order to make sure to work together to provide those services. And I would not mind looking at doing that in other places if that was the case. And I think this is a good opportunity to make sure that there's longevity. There's seniors in the area that would prefer to see that keep going rather than slowly disappear, and I think this is a great opportunity for us to jump in. And specifically the way that the sale has gone, at this moment, outside of the repairs, we're literally looking at a $60,000, $65,000 difference in comparison to what we gave other senior centers, because we gave each one of them 50. Here we're getting our 200 back, and when it's 117 or whatever the amount specific is, when you take out the 50, that's the difference that we're looking at in the way that we're treating that senior center.
Except for the renovation costs.
outside of the repairs.
Correct.
And this is an old building like we talked about. I would really hope that we would prioritize having ADA bathrooms for our seniors. There's a lot of issues with this building. We really want to invest in this facility so it will benefit them for the decades to come. And off-use, this will be a wonderful place for the community to gather and meet. We talked about scouts using it, different organizations. This is really going to benefit the community, and I'm happy that we can deliver this investment. One more question, Supervisor Green?
Yeah, so I'm just looking at the agreement. So in general terms, although the ARPA money is going to cover some deferred maintenance and hopefully get it in a state of betterness under the terms of the contract, they would be responsible basically for building maintenance from here on out. So, and then that has been a struggle in years past. So although they'll get an improved facility thanks to the ARPA funds, the way this is proposed to be contracted right now, they're still going to be on the hook for the building maintenance, right?
No.
I think it's
It's
general
more like a
maintenance.
triple net lease.
It's still our building, so roof, all of that would still be us.
A lessee, windows, walls, plumbing, electrical, heating and cooling, and I'm only asking that because I have a gently used juvenile hall that is creating a whole bunch of expenses on this county. So if the lessee is going to be under Clause 7,
Not the purchase agreement.
Clause 7 on page 2, if they're going to be on the hook for maintenance and repairs, we better lock down whatever ARPA can and can't do to fluff that building up. But the way I'm reading it, they're going to be on the hook to continue to maintain the property, and that's been a struggle that has led us to the sale proposal.
The way that I read it is not that. It says in a safe and sanitary condition, as in it will be clean, it will not be damaged. That's just not the way that I read it, and maybe there needs to be some clarification.
That's the way I interpret it. That's why I'm
Lloyd?
waiting for Lloyd.
To the extent that it makes specific references, it does reference keeping in a safe and sanitary condition, interior, exterior walls, plumbing, electrical, heating, and cooling systems and appliances. So that's where it gets into the specific, the maintenance obligations imposed on the lessee as it's drafted now. Your board has the option of further clarifying it. The same provision also imposes the obligation on the lessor to maintain the common area, grounds, parking lot, roof, and the building structural integrity.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Anybody want to?
I'll offer the resolution.
We did public comment?
Yes. Yes.
Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Green,
Aye.
and Supervisor Pyska.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I move to approve real property purchase and sale agreement contingent upon approval of the general plan conformity report.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Madam.
Opposed?
Sorry.
Motion passes.
Madam Chair, I move to approve lease agreement between the County of Lake and Kelseyville Seniors, Inc., and authorize the chair to sign.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Hey, thank you. This has been a big project, so I really appreciate admin for delivering this today. And again, very excited for this investment in the community of Kelseyville for people of all ages. Okay. Our 6.8 item, 11:30 a.m. public hearing, consideration of proposed negative declaration IS 23-03 general plan amendment GPAP 23-01 and rezone RZ 23-01 for Reynolds Systems, Inc. to change the general plan designation for a portion of the parcel from rural lands to industrial and rezone a portion of the parcel from rural lands to heavy industrial, location 18649 California State Highway 175, Middletown, APN number 0130464. Director Turner.
Thank you, Mireya Turner, Community Development Director. We'll just take a moment to set up the visual or the PowerPoint for you. What you have before you today is a recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission on a proposed rezone and general plan amendment. Part of this project is to correct an error that the county did in the 80s, and part of it is to allow for future expansion of a long existing company in our community. I will turn this over to Assistant Planner Trish Turner. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Supervisors, excuse me. I do have a small PowerPoint presentation for you today. This is for the rezone and general plan amendment for Reynolds Systems. The applicant is present in the room. The current zoning classification for this particular property is rural lands, heavy industrial, scenic combining district, waterway combining district, and design review. The current general plan designation is rural lands, resource conservation, and industrial. As you can see on the screen, the little purple portion, that is what is currently the industrial zoning on the property. The proposed zoning will expand the heavy industrial section to include the current manufacturing facility and any potential future developments. At this time, there is no proposed development for this project. The vicinity map is the project parcel is around 145 acres. The initial study yielded a negative declaration with no mitigation measures due to the fact that there is no proposed development. Apart from the Geysers Power Company and a handful of residents, there's the majority of the surrounding parcels remain undeveloped. I think it does come up. The project complies with the Lake County General Plan and the Middletown Area Plan, as well as the Lake County Zoning Ordinance. The project analysis, I submitted an initial study to the State Clearinghouse. A negative declaration is the proposed CEQA environmental determination for the project. There were no identified impacts to the environment, and the public comment period occurred from January 31st, 2023 to March 1st of 2023. Again, I wanted to say that any future development would require design review, and at that time, the initial study or environmental impact would be considered at that time. Recommendations today. So whenever this project was brought before the Planning Commission inadvertently did not take action on the negative declaration. So what we are asking the board to adopt a negative declaration for the initial study IS 2303 for rezone 23-01 and general plan amendment 23-01 with the findings found in the memorandum. Recommendations that the Board of Supervisors adopt the general plan amendment based on the findings in the memorandum, approve the ordinance for the rezone RZ 23-01 based on the findings in the memorandum. And that concludes my presentation. Do you have any questions or comments?
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board?
Never fun to clean up the past, but thank you.
Any questions from the public? No? Check the Zoom room. We do have a hand up. Betsy Kahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have only one question, and that is that we need to adopt the current hazard mitigation plan and so forth into the general plan. Requires simply another item on your general plan amendments. We talked about this last year as well. I don't think you're going to change what you're going to do today, but I would still like to recommend that the next time You have a general plan amendment brought before you, you add that adoption. It's very important for our compliance with the Disaster Mitigation Act of 2000. Thank you.
Didn't the board adopt the local hazard mitigation plan at its last meeting? Okay, cool, awesome.
All right. Well, then I will close public comment and bring it back to the board.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Oh, yes.
And this relates to the sample motions or the motions or approval actions to be made by your board, if your board is ready, unless there's further
I
discussion.
think we're ready.
And because this was continued over from the November 28, 2023 hearing, so a number of these are just procedural matters that needs to be clarified. For the negative declaration approval, it would be a motion for your board to adopt the negative declaration IS 23-03 for Reynolds Systems, Inc. for the property located at 18649 California State Highway 175, Middletown, APN 013-064-04, based on the findings set forth in the board memorandum dated December 19, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
And for the second board action, that would be the general plan amendment approval. Since there is a resolution that was included in the agenda packet for your board's consideration and approval, the date stated in the resolution on sections, on the last paragraph of the resolution should change the date from 28th day of November 2023 to 19th day of December 2023. And with that amendment, your board may offer the resolution as amended to adopt the general plan amendment GPAP 23-01 for Reynolds Systems, Inc., located at 18649 California State Highway 175, Middletown, APN 013-064-04, based on the findings set forth in the board memorandum dated December 19, 2023, as amended.
I offer the resolution as stated, as amended.
Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Green?
Aye.
And Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
Thanks.
Then for the third board action, since it references, it relates to the ordinance, it would be a motion to twofold action. First one would be a motion for that the reading of the ordinance be waived and the title only be read.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
So it's an ordinance amending section 21-3.7 of chapter 21 of the ordinance code of the County of Lake by adopting a sectional district zoning map number 3.7B1. And I think we're on 406, so this one would be 406.
And then the final action under this category would be to offer the ordinance as amended based on the findings set forth in the board memorandum dated December 19, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, it was offer the
It
ordinance.
was,
Sorry.
Offer the ordinance.
That's what I meant.
All right. Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Green?
Aye.
And Supervisor Pyska?
Yes. Great. Thank you. Thank you.
1980 just caught up.
Got it done.
Got it done.
Thank you for your patience.
Good knock in the 80s.
It's a good time. It was a good time.
Okay, 7.2. Do we want to do this now? Yes? Okay, everyone's okay to do this now? Okay. 7.2, consideration of presentation of the compliance and fiscal audit of the Elijah House Foundation. Come on up.
Hello, Casey Moreno, Deputy County Administrative Officer. With me is Stephen Carter, Assistant CAO, and Scott Abbott with Behavioral Health. So we are here to present the compliance and fiscal audit for the Elijah House Foundation. At the September 27th, 2022 board meeting, your board directed staff to contract with an external auditor to perform a compliance and fiscal audit. Quotes were requested from multiple audit companies, and unfortunately, none were received. The Continuum of Care then took over the reporting portion of the compliance audit, while the administrative office took over the fiscal audit, which included review of 100% of documentation. The audit took longer than expected, a little over a year, due to multiple reasons: staff turnover, lack of response from Elijah House, and inconsistency with reporting methods. Through the fiscal audit, the ESG grant, which funded the rapid rehousing, which was originally paid out of the ESG grant, was then determined Elijah House did not follow the correct reporting, so that will need to be refunded. Otherwise, all costs have been validated. So the audit was extremely difficult for multiple factors: inconsistency with the reporting methods used to report the calculations, receipts, the methods of calculating payroll was inconsistent each period. There was multiple requests for additional documentation, and they were mostly able to provide enough adequate documentation. They also provided quite a bit of documentation that was irrelevant. So that is the overview of the fiscal audit. Do you want to add anything for program?
Hi, this is Scott Abbott. I did ask Melissa Kulf, who's also with our COC in Behavioral Health, to give us a brief description of the compliance audit. You're on mute, Melissa.
Hi, everyone. My name is Melissa Kopf. I am the Senior Staff Analyst for the Lake County Continuum of Care with Behavioral Health. The compliance auditing that took place for the performance evaluation, everything, all their data ended up was taken from our homeless management information system. And the only real things that stood out were some of the errors that they had in the reporting process, and the errors ended up revolving around things like missing social security numbers, missing date of birth. Some of them revolved around the disabilities that individuals have or may have. A lot of that information was not collected throughout the tenure of Elijah House having the facility for the emergency shelter. But other than that, within their performance metrics for each of their grant funding, they seemed to be in compliance, and the overall, I think the overall evaluation of all grants that were allocated to Elijah House there's about a 15 to a 25% error rate. The expectation from HUD is that there's a 5% error rate for all of the sections within the allotted errors that each funding stream can have or each project can have. total, they ended up serving 313 people over the period of time that they had the emergency shelter. And of those 313 people, 69 of them, it showed, based on the reports, were successfully housed. A total average funding percentage per client was $3,179.56.
I also had heard, I had originally invited Elijah House to be here today, invited them, and they sent me an email this morning saying, due to other business matters, we will not be able to join the board meeting today. We did review the document, and the auditor submitted stating $23,268.15 were ineligible expenses, and that we need to repay back $3,983.55 for rapid rehousing. We understand that this needs to be repaid, and we look forward to working on the repayment resolution. Kindest regards, Mandy Alzili.
I just want to say, so the gist was that it was very hard to do the fiscal audit, but in the end, they did provide enough backup, legitimate backup, for the payments made. That's the gist of it, other than this very specific $3,900, which will have to be paid back to ESG, I believe it is, the grant.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, there would be no other action taken.
Okay. Supervisor Sabatier.
So two things. I think there's a lot of learning moments. I know that you didn't provide a list of the individual items from the audit. I know that I received such a list. There's certain things that maybe fly under the radar as far as being eligible. But in today's world with Zoom, I get it that Sierra Health, I believe, is in Reading or something along those lines, versus where we have our shelter here in North Lakeport. But the amount of Feather River Casino lunches that we paid for seems absurd. That to me is a learning moment that we need to figure out how to put restrictions that, I get it, you need to meet, you need to figure out your game plan, your strategy, maybe you have to pivot because something changed, but the amount of meetings that occurred outside of our county, not dealing with the constituents we're asking them to serve, that was something that was a red flag for me. That I'm sure needed to get more documentation to prove what went on. So I think there's some learning moments. I do know performance review from the COC perspective. We have reignited the performance review so that this gets done much sooner and much quicker. And I just want to highlight something that I think is not really related to this, but it's related to the data and information that was provided. In the latest PIC count, we showed 339 people. This was 2022, and out of those 339, out of those 339, more than 125 identified themselves as American Indian, Alaskan Native. And when you look at the numbers, so that's a large percentage of the entire 339. When you look at the numbers at the shelter, and this continued through with Sunrise, it was less than 10%. It was a very small number of the population. We need to do a better job of equity when it comes to who's getting these services and who's accessing these services. And that's something that the COC is definitely charged with and is planning to do better on. But I think there's a lot of learning moments from this to make sure that the money goes directly to the type of services that we need it to. But I'd like to also identify, I didn't get a specific list of what that 3,600 or whatever that number is. It identifies the amount, but it does, and identifies what it didn't meet for the grant for rapid rehousing, but it doesn't identify what it was spent on.
So those were, there was multiple checks that were issued to house individuals, and that would have been eligible. However, they didn't provide all the data points, Elijah House didn't, to justify why they spent the money. So it was like a down payment, I believe.
Right. ESG standards, this was paid out of the ESG grant as mentioned, actually ESG COVID grant. That particular grant requires ESG standards, federal standards, and which means that they have to have all kinds of data points in the charts. You know, there has to be certification that they are homeless. There has to be lease agreements, and you know, everything that's required for that grant, and they just did not have all those data points, and so therefore, according to HCD, those costs are ineligible.
I'd still like to see just a list of all of those things. Is it 1? Is it 2? Is it 10? I'd just like to see it.
It's just like 2 or 3, actually.
I believe it's 3, yeah.
3.
And we have that.
Please, thank you.
Supervisor Green.
Yeah, appreciate this. I guess I need some education. One on the history. Is this a routine audit, or was this a special one-off? And it sounds like there's definitely some COC overlay, if not direct oversight. So is this your standard garden variety audit that, to my mind, would probably land at COC first before coming to this board as part of their performance review process? Because again, if there's repayments that have to happen and they do or don't happen, is there you know, there are certain sanctions that can happen under the COC process, you know, as far as if they hypothetically were doing another bid, maybe they wouldn't be eligible to do that. So I want to make sure I totally understand this audit in terms of the COC process and how it might work, you know, on today and then looking forward. There's going to be future audits, I'm sure, with other providers. So that's one question. Where does this fit in the COC process? And the second question is just housekeeping. I saw some charges on 16 of 20 for some utilities, and it looked like they were pass-through charges from Lake County Probation. So I assume they still have ownership of that building, and I just had a question on how those bills were handled.
We asked for this audit.
Correct, that's why.
This board asked for this audit. And when was that?
September.
It was
September 27th of 22.
It's on the memo.
Right.
And no, this is not normal by any means. We do, like this one was done by the administration office, which is very abnormal. But that's because no vendor in the community submitted quotes, and we physically called many of them, and it wasn't something they wanted to take on at the time. And auditing 100% of expenditures is not common at all. When I would do other audits for social services, for example, you audit like 20% or less, and you make sure that they're doing things properly. That's a normal audit. 100% is not very common. That means that your board or someone thinks something is possibly wrong, and it becomes a forensic audit.
Okay, so follow-up question, whether it was a one-off for whatever purpose, is it appropriate? It sounds like COC is well aware of all this already, but would this audit be sent to COC for any possible follow-up as far as, again, whatever performance standards or whatever COC stuff might apply based on this information? Yeah, because I don't see a recommendation to present this to COC formally.
It does impact future performance. When we do receive bids or proposals for RFPs that are issued, part of the application process is past performance that is provided to the grant selection committee, so that they can see what's happened before and help them make their judgments of whether to select them or someone else.
Maybe I didn't state the question right.
I do think that the COCs probably should be presented this data.
Well, I think they'd be champing at the bit, would be my prediction. But that's not how this audit was ordered up, and I don't see a recommended action that would do that. So I guess I could seek board consensus to say they obviously would have an interest in this. So I'd love to see a formal referral to them, if only they can process it themselves using the COC lens.
Supervisor Sabatier?
I just want to say I agree that this is definitely a conversation so that the COC can at least be made aware of the findings. Do appreciate staff doing this without finding a proposal that would have worked for us. Unfortunately, we had to do this all internally, but do appreciate the level of detail that you've provided. Again, I think there's a lot of learning moments. There's a lot of stuff in here, like how do you go to POMO pumps 3 different times? How many vehicles were being utilized? There's just a lot more questions that, yes, maybe they can say it's related to it, but I don't know. Just things we need to keep an eye out for to make sure our money is being used for the services we're asking for.
Agreed, and since this type of thing is through the COC and behavioral health, I think that would be a good time for updates and concerns to be addressed, like for the RCS contract.
Okay. Any public comment? Not seeing any. I'll bring it back. Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, just a quick question. What is our timeline for, it's not a whole lot of money, but for getting the $3,000 approximately?
They look forward to working with us.
Basically, once this is done, I think we would invoice them.
Okay.
Scott, do you know when ESG is expecting the funding back?
They're already in that process of doing that by just not submitting further funding. That makes sense. They're just withholding that $3,900.
Okay.
And usually an invoice has a deadline of when payment should be due. Is that 30 days?
I would do 30 days, and which means they will too, yes.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
And is the board directing us to do this in front of the COC as well?
Please.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you all.
Thank you, board.
So we have a request to reopen 6.6. Read the public comment
Me
statement.
to read it?
Well, we need
We need a
open.
motion first, right?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I'm going to open public comment.
Just wanted to share a public comment from City Manager Alan Flora, since he requested that this should be read verbally and missed that on the previous time. I urge the Board of Supervisors to approve this agreement. A solution is badly needed to address harmful algal blooms in the lake. This is a recommended solution from the Blue Ribbon Committee, which appears very promising. It is difficult and frustrating to see and feel the impacts on residents and visitors year after year, which disproportionately affect those in the Clear Lake and Clear Lake Oaks area. I believe Supervisor Sabatier has worked diligently to find an economical solution to implement this technology. This price is a small amount to improve the health of our most important resource. Too long has been spent talking about what could be done. We need action. Please approve this agreement for our community, the reputation of Lake County, and the health of our lake. Thank you for reopening for that.
Okay, so now we'll close this item, and we've just got Callan. Wait a minute. A hand up? Betsy Kahn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Betsy Kahn. Again, I would like to reiterate the need for the city of Clear Lake to address its unaddressed drainage systems contributing to the pollution of the lower arm of the lake. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Calendars. Who's ready to start?
I'll go. If we get out in 1 minute, I can make the 90-day dash meeting for Hope Rising, working with public health on that. Then I'm meeting with social services tomorrow to discuss some, not concerns, but some misunderstanding. Looks like I'll be able to make a Middle Creek Restoration Project meeting tomorrow with the Army Corps of Engineers. There's a first 5 special meeting in the afternoon, but we'll also be meeting with our new public defender, our chief public defender, Ray Buenaventura, just to get to know each other. Then I will probably spend a little bit of time, if you're still having the Worth meeting, to help out Peg, make sure that we're good to go. Is that still happening on Wednesday? So I'll be there with Peg, and then a couple different IFT and EMCC. Looks like that's still happening on Thursday in the morning. Also starting off that morning earlier with our pick count committee as we prepare for January 25th for that to happen. Having a call from McGuire's office, then the COC strategic planning as we complete our strategic plan for the next 3 years, and then going to a city council meeting. And looks like right now, it looks like our Hope Rising meeting was canceled on Friday. It may still be there. I'll have to check in, but that's all that I have for that week. And then happy holidays. Merry Christmas. See you next year.
Yeah.
Middle Creek tomorrow, project delivery team meeting, West Region Town Hall in the evening. I have a meeting at 1:30, government to government discussion. I don't know if that's still going, but we'll figure that one out. And then Friday, I'm going to meet with some folks at the Lucerne Alpine Senior Center, and then be out for the holidays.
And thanks. Saturday, I was able to attend Wreaths Across America at Hartley Cemetery, a great ceremony, and I learned a little bit about the organization, and I was able to place some wreaths in Fresno and Saratoga, where my parents are buried. Tomorrow, we'll have update. There's a biweekly update meeting held for the Lakeport Shelter, so I hope to tune in on that. The early reviews are good. Definitely there's been some teachable moments as we've plowed through the ever-growing maintenance checklist, but we've really slayed some dragons, and as mentioned earlier, the washer-dryer units have really helped out, so I was glad to be able to assist in that. There is a special meeting of First Five Lake tomorrow I will be attending. As far as I know, Thursday's IFT and EMCC have been canceled. And I hope to be able to tune in on the PIT committee meeting just because they are ramping up and that PIT count's pretty important. And I think, and Mayor Matina stopped by. I was able to help the city with their holiday tree in the park, and I was very happy to be able to do that. And I want to point out the much larger investment the city has made in bringing Kabatan Community Park to fruition, multi-year effort, and it's just a great feather in the cap, not just for the city, but for the region. And so I think that was a good addition to that. And that's all I got.
Finishing up at the meeting today, got some, just got to return some calls from some constituents down in my area with issues they're having. Have another follow-up project too with Valley Oaks development. Got a meeting with some of them today or this afternoon, and then that's really about it. Don't have much going on. Don't have any scheduled meetings. We have the Christmas holiday next week and then the New Year, so Merry Christmas. Everybody has a good holiday.
Just have a few things to report on from last week. The Build graduation, Supervisor Spaccia and I went to, and that's the program that we funded through ARPA and through NCO. It's just so incredible. There were 6 graduates. This was the second time all six people, the whole class, made it through graduation. And although it's a small group of people, you really can sense the generational change that's happening as they have tools and confidence and life skills to enter into the workforce and be really, really productive and contributing members of our community. And not only that, but they were able to repair red-tagged homes, people experiencing homelessness transitioning into housing, and repair some other homes that were damaged where people couldn't live there and they were able to get home for the holidays. So that is, that's our second graduation. And I just really want to thank this board for prioritizing that funding. It is a critical investment into our communities. And maybe we can rotate those graduations so that you all can experience it, because it's really, really something special. And the staff there is truly incredible. The bookmobile, who's been on the bookmobile? Well, I went to one stop. It stopped twice in Cobb and Kelseyville last week. You got to get on the bookmobile. It's incredible. There's so many people that use it.
My opportunity was last Tuesday. I was right here in this seat.
Yeah, well, get out there. The welcome tour is going to wrap up, and then they'll be out on their new locations. But it is very, very cool. I did post a video of Christopher giving a tour, if you want to check it out. That, again, incredible investment for our community, especially those of us that live in the outer reaches. Then Friday, I went to Sacramento for the Wildfire and Forest Resilience Task Force meeting, which was all about fire-adapted communities, which is something that we do a lot of work here, and some of the pilot programs that have been created from that task force are being tested here. So it was really, really great to be there and know that the people that are presenting and doing that work have funneled many, many millions of dollars into our county. So those relationships are very valuable, and I appreciate all of them. And then in the afternoon, were you on the call?
I missed it. I couldn't get on.
So afterwards, I went to the RCRC CSAC meeting, working group with PG&E. And our last meeting was rough. Spicy is the word that was described. There were a lot of frustrations about changes that we had not been seeing. And so they are rolling out yet another program. I don't need to get into much of that here. We'll see if changes start to happen. I am told that Melinda's replacement should be in January. So that we'll wait and see. But we are waiting to have that local representative again. But one of the conversations that I did have with RCRC staff was about the concern of the budget deficit for the next fiscal year. And what was expressed to me is prioritize the projects that they can advocate for us, because the environment that we have been living in the last couple of years, where it's been raining money, is coming to an end. And last year's budget was solved by deferring a lot of things, and this is the year that things are going to be cut. And so those big mostly around water projects, water infrastructure projects that would come from the state. And I know I've got several in my district. We talked about it yesterday at the Risk Reduction Authority. If you've got water projects in your district that are very critical, we need to let our advocates know that we can, that funding can't be compromised. I went to Race Across America in Kelseyville, and I love that event so much. And I'm just so grateful for all of the youth that spend the time organizing and raising funds so that we can honor our veterans here in Lake County. And last night, after the Risk Reduction Authority meeting, I went to the year-out closing event for the Cobb Mountain Watershed Forum, which was at Mandala Springs. And this has been a year of collaborating and building curriculum and working with a lot of different partners, Siegler Springs Community Redevelopment Association and Big Valley Tribe, Terra. It was a lot of working with landowners who who are on the creeks that flow from Cobb Mountain, the top of the watershed, into Clear Lake, and testing water along the way, and helping landowners understand how that they can steward their property or their land better to increase the health downstream and into our lake. It was a busy week last week. Tomorrow we will not have a gender review. But I do have a meeting for a CAL FIRE grant discussion with RCD. I have 2 calls with constituents. I'm not sure that the home hardening meeting will happen. Thursday, I've got a law library, our government-to-government discussion. I have a Cabaret Council in the evening, and then Friday I am taking off for family. So this is the end of our year. This is our last meeting, and I don't know if anyone's still out there with us, but enjoy your family. I know our staff is going to be taking some time off. I really love that we can prioritize that for everyone to have that time of rest and celebration, and however you may do that. So thank you so much. Happy New Year.
Yeah.